listen to what I need. Put a picture so I can see. February can't chase the days away. Yeah, away. Why listen to what they say? Save yourself for another day. This one's coming, it's gone to the wind again. Yeah, again. Again. Just listen and make amends. You've been down for as long as you've ever been. This weighs up, but you're down again. It's just like you to pull off what you thought you couldn't think today. The lost stranger, the wonder familiar face. Broken hearts made of pieces that shake. I've had one too many of them. So now we greet. Just like snow castle, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castle, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castle, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castle, oh, we drift to the edge.
Yeah, let's do it again.
All right.
Hey, I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone anticipating. You, I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. Hey, I just wanna change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. You, I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Radiant in my world. Radiant. Hey, I'm gonna no. Woo! I can't pretend. No. I hope this never ends. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Can I make something good out of this? Can I make something good out of this? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit. Can I make something good out of this? You could be late, you could be true, you could be underneath my shoe. Sometimes you're the only one who's strong. Then I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, 'cause I want more. Can I
Let's go.
Out of this. Can I pretend that something is missing? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit. Can I make something good out of this? You could be late, you could be true. You could be underneath my shoe. Sometimes you're the only one who's strong. And I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, 'cause I want more. Dude, how we doing? Friday night? Yeah. Let's go! Hey! You could be late, you could be true. You could be underneath my shoe. Sometimes you're the only one who's strong. And I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, 'cause I want more. Let's go. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. I want more from you, yeah, more. All right. What exactly are you trying to say? I want more, I want more, I want more. Yeah. Dude, I wonder what he's trying to say there, boss. Oh, shit. How we doing? How we living Friday night? I give my usual disclaimer when we hear that song. The guy singing the background vocals at the end, Jason, he was my old bandmate. He died young, dude. Like 35, bro. Which is crazy. I've had two like significantly close friends die at 35. That was like the same year that my record Let Go Afterglow came out. Those of you who want to hear some of my music, there are some links down in the description. That's for the stuff that's commercially available. We listen to some older, like non-available stuff here on stream, but I'm hoping to release all that this year too. But pretty crazy that, like, you know, I mean, it happens a lot in rock and roll. Okay. Got a bit more sleep than yesterday. Good for you, dude. I'm still way behind on the sleep scale. I'm still winging it. All right. We're winging it, trying to figure it out. We'll get there. Sometimes you just go through periods, but all right, dude, how we living? We have an interesting day to look at. Your brother Jason passed at 19. Yikes. That's crazy. How old were you, Jessica, when that happened? That's tough, right? Like losing somebody that young. That is just crazy, right? Story of your life is full of a lot of deaths. Yeah, that's rough. Man, I mean, dude, it's just like tragedy is just such a part of life, right? You know, it is.
I mean, I've known some people who've lost children at a young age. It is rough. That shit is rough. Shit is rough. But dude, so a little bit of a crazy day, actually, right? We're going to start off, obviously, talking about the Obama situation. You were 13. Yikes. Jesus. Yeah, you know what's really hard, though, too, is like just to touch on what Jessica went through. So something happens that, like, when parents, like, when a household loses a kid at a young age like that, like I had a friend whose brother also died really young. Something happens when that happens where the young person passes, and then sometimes the parents like never get over it. And if there are any remaining children in the house, they have a very difficult time, because the minute that child dies, the remaining children then grow up without parents. Like immediately after that happens, I mean, unless the parents are like pretty together and get help, what usually happens is the parents just sort of disappear, right? A child dies, the parents kind of go into shock and denial or self-blame, and then they sort of disappear from parenting like completely. And the rest of the kids are left in a household that is just fractured. I mean, it's really difficult. You know, it's really difficult. Or what happens is the parents start placing these unrealistic expectations on the rest of the kids. You know, yeah, your mom never recovered. That's it. Like, I know somebody right now too whose son died of like a drug overdose, and like, man, it's hard. That shit is just hard. You know, it's hard, dude. Welcome to the signs of the end times. Dude, there's no signs of the end times. Everybody always says that, dude, the end times. I mean, late stage capitalism is here, and that is definitely, you know, maybe the end times of capitalism. I'll give you that. But, dude, so there's some crazy shit, all right? You ready? Dude, here we go. So here's what we're looking at tonight. We're going to blow through. I can't get too distracted because I do have to get some sleep. But you guys that are going through loss, join the Discord. There's a real supportive community. If you're not already in there, you can like definitely find people who can relate to that and you know, be there for you in the time of need. So, number one, we're going to talk about the Trump-Obama thing. All right. That thing was shocking. And of course, they're trying to like wriggle out of it. And Trump is trying to wriggle out of it. But you know what's funny is the way he's trying to wriggle out of it doesn't matter. That's very damning for him as well. Ella, good to see you, boss. Congrats on almost 80K. Thanks again, boss, for everything you do. Glad to be a part of this amazing community. Thank you, Ella. Appreciate you, boss. That is huge. And yeah, we are close to 80K, dude. Dude, 70 to 80 has been a monster. Like, it's really weird. It's weird how it goes. Like, sometimes the channel grows really fast, and then sometimes for like months it grows very slow. And like, dude, we've been in like a month and a half of like slow growth where it's just like, dude, you know, waiting for that sub counter to turn over. Dude, I feel like I'm going to be waiting forever. We've been in a slow growth period lately, which is crazy. But yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for all the support. And we're glad you're here too. But dude, all right, you ready? Let's get into this. So here's the slate. Okay. Number one, we're going to look at the Trump-Obama and his attempt to do the weave. That's number one. Number two, we are going to look at the latest MAGA influencer controversy. Okay, there is a MAGA scandal, of course, because all of these MAGA influencers, the Christian ones, they're all degenerates. And this one involves that crazy blonde racist chick, Sarah Stock. Okay, you remember her from the Jubilee thing, and her and the guy who started what is it? Like what TV? 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗆𝗆 or whatever. Oh my God. Crazy affair. She like nuked her socials. This shit is blowing up. Milo, again, Mr. Scandal Dropper. Dude, oh Jesus. Like, dumps the tea on this one. It is juicy, though. It is juicy. It is like a MAGA influencer having an affair, getting pregnant, having an abortion, lying to her husband-to-be that she's a virgin, getting their wedding blessed by the Pope, and then the story of her affair coming out. And then she just nukes her socials and goes into hiding. Oh my God, dude. Does it get any more MAGA than that? Is that not like the ultimate? Like that's like the story of MAGA right there. They're all so phony, dude. They're so phony. They sit there and finger wag and they proselytize their religion, and they're all like total degenerates. Okay. It literally has every bit, like everything you could possibly put into a MAGA religious scandal is in there, except the harming of children. That's the only thing they left out, is they didn't go the Trump Epstein route. Other than that, it has everything, you know. And again, though, MAGA's imploding. There's a woman who got fired from TPUSA, and she came out on the record too about TPUSA. So there's some drama there. And then the other thing we're going to look at is we are going to look at that interview with Georgia Gianju. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing her name right, but she is somebody that we've talked about before in the Epstein circle. She did an interview with MeidasTouch that I think is going to be worthy of watching. Okay, daytime talk show shit, yes. You know, I grew up on both soap operas and the daytime talk shows, so I do like that juicy gossip daytime talk show shit. And yes, we are going to look at Vance booed in the Olympics, although we can't really look at it because there's a controversy there too. Vance gets horribly booed, but the IOC is copy striking anyone who plays the footage. They're getting all the footage removed, right? The Olympic Commission is like trying to hide this because they're worried about some fucking whatever, the wrath of Donald Trump. Dude, Trump needs a fucking pine box, bro. All right? I am so tired of this shit. Yeah. No, Milo did not have an abortion. All right, I'm banning you. That's it. I'm kidding. You're banned. Pine box. All right, dude, you ready? Jerry Springer. Brian Tyler Cohen has the boo footage. Yeah, I mean, dude, I know he has the boo footage. I'm not sure how he's putting that out though. I'm not showing that shit because I know I'm gonna get copy struck. Okay, I mean, we all saw the footage. I don't know how he got it. Maybe he got it like cleared with his YouTube fucking person or whatever. But they've been copy striking everyone on Twitter. They most certainly are going to do it on fucking YouTube. So I'm staying away from that. We'll just talk about it. Serious booing too. And even the announcers were like, Jesus, dude, right? Supposedly there's a clip where they removed the boos as well as the announcers. Yeah, because the announcers were like, The announcers were like, oh, holy shit, like, that is some booze. Like, they were, like, blown away, dude. Pine box. Pine box. Pine. Dirty pine. Dude, yeah, the woman said, that's a lot of booze. Dude. Oh, dude. So funny. Dance goal? All right. Dude, dance goal. Dude, should we try for 30? Do we go for a super dance goal? Do we try for 700? 700. Kidding. Dude, let's go. You like that? Fucking 700 super chats? Dude, how high can they go? Oh, that only goes to 50. Dude, our 700 is blown. Oh, shit. Oh, that's funny. Dude, 700. Dude, let's go. Oh shit. Did she mean alcohol? No, she did not. She meant the booze. Dude, that's crazy. Go for heaps. Dude, try. Should we try for 30? Dude, all right, fuck it. Hold on. Wait, stop. We're gonna end the goal. Oh shit. Dude, Ella! All right, we're gonna keep it. I was gonna remove it. We're gonna fucking keep it. I had it covered. I didn't see the chat response. Dude, we'll try for 30 next time. All right, we're gonna stick with 20 here. Right? But dude, we are fucking yeah, no, it was not booze. It was boo. Yeah, the Vance thing is crazy. I mean, he is such a dirty bird. All right, let's just first go into the Trump thing. Okay, feel bad for the athletes. Yeah, I mean, you know, dude, feel bad for the athletes, but yes and no, because I don't know, man. You know, we don't know who those athletes voted for. Most certainly a bunch of those athletes voted for Trump. A lot of times athletes do vote because they do vote for the Republican because they're usually Bible-y, like Bibled. They are, dude. A lot of the athletes are Bibled, right? Because they're like born with these bodies. So they're usually from religious families and like many athletes are Bibled. So especially the white ones, the athletes of color oftentimes are, you know, a little more sensible. Pine Box Watch, let's go. But a lot of the white athletes are deeply Bibled and they are, you know, they vote Republican, which, guys, is that not the craziest thing? Like, think about that. The fact that people that are deeply Bibled vote for the Epstein rapist criminal who posts racist shit on his timeline. Like, what in the controversy is that? Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. The gifted, right? Like, how did we end up in a world where the biblical people vote for the nastiest, gnarliest, most anti-biblical, like, humans possible? They are like it's almost like they are all in that Revelation part where they're just getting duped, right? Where they've lost their way. Dude, CPM, let's go, baby. San Diego. Oh, let's go. Thank you, boss. Right? The imperfect messenger. See, I don't buy that shit. Okay? Because you know what's funny is here's the deal. You ready? Those Christian athletes, CrossFit. Dude, that's funny. So here's the deal. Dude, Ella, let's go. The gifted membership. So I accept the concept of the imperfect messenger. However, guys, you ready? Here's the difference. An imperfect messenger, somebody who is an adulterer, somebody who had done a lot of shit, I can totally accept that they could be an imperfect messenger. But the one thing they would have is they would have a sense of remorse about what they did. And they would have a sense of like, yeah, I used to be really fucked up. I used to be really like living in my trauma. And now I've done a lot of work to change that. Okay. That humility of growth and change and renewal. Dude, let's go, Pinky, with the 5 gifted memberships. Right? But see, the thing about Trump, though, is he is unrepentant. The guy has never even taken responsibility for his own behavior. He's never said he's sorry. He's never, like, you know what I mean? Like, he is just a degenerate, like, you are the problem. I'm going to lie till the very end day. Like, he's despicable, right? He is. Dude, let's go, Furrow. Let's go, baby. Appreciate you, boss. Dude, let's go. We need a few more of these Trumpies, because everybody's coming in with the crazy amount of memberships. Welcome to the new members. Yeah, no, he never will. They are just, he is a scumbag. Trumpy! Oh, Trumpy, get shit on! All right, now, let's talk about the Obama meme, okay? We're not gonna look at the video, because I think that shit is unnecessary. but we will look at the image. So basically what happened was we wake up this morning and everybody wakes up to this, okay? So Donald Trump wakes up and he's in his usual whatever Truth Social bender. Dude, Lucy Lou, let's go. Lucy Lou's mom, thank you for the GG, Hippo. We love it. Oh, look at that. It's so cute. GG. Ah. All right. So, yeah, this meme was totally gross. Okay. Now, you ready for this? So check this out, though, because this follows a typical pattern of what goes on with the right wing. And the right wing, MAGA, they tried to cover for this, but I'm going to show you that their cover is every bit as bad as the intentional posting of this. Okay, because so Trump posts some video. It's like a minute long, a minute and 2 seconds long, and it's a video, I guess, about election something or other. And then a minute into it, it cuts to, you know, these political figures on the heads of animals. And of course, Barack and Michelle Obama, the Obamas, are on apes, right? And they're the only ones that are on primates. And of course, this is a nasty racist trope, okay? This is as old as, you know, can be, okay? This type of trope goes all the way back to when they were enslaved in the Civil War. And in fact, after the Civil War, when there was a free blacks and during the Reconstruction, they used to specifically hammer away at this as a means of continually attacking people of color. As, you know, it's a eugenics thing. It is gnarly, okay? It is gnarly, gnarly shit. Now, they used to make flyers, okay, that would, you know, they had like characters that expressed people of color as apes or monkeys. This was a big part of the Reconstruction and the Jim Crow period, okay? And dude, this shit is pretty fucking gnarly. It is very dehumanizing and so blatantly racist, it's not even funny. Now, this ended up erupting, okay? And one of the first things we saw was Tim Scott came out about it, okay? And he was, you know, he was like, whoa, this is not cool, okay? He did make some commentary about it where, let me see, he said, praying it was fake because it's the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House. The president should remove it. So now people on all sides were reacting to this thing. James, thank you, boss. Appreciate you. Let's go. Okay. So people were reacting to this. People were, you know, across party lines were reacting to this. Now, I saw it, and dude, it hit me viscerally. It did. It did because I know it was intentional. I know that it was a reflection of how bad this Epstein situation is and a huge distraction that is also in line with Trump's core values. So he has no problem like going there. He doesn't care if people call him a racist. I think he loves it. You rock, FDT. Let's go, Korg. Let's go, boss. Appreciate you. Paula said, how much more do we have to endure? Unfortunately, a lot. It's going to get worse. We have 3 more years. It's going to get, I mean, this year, I think this year is going to be some of the worst because the reckoning going up to losing the House is going to be hard. I think after the House is lost, it's going to temper things a bit. But I think this year, between now and November, could be the gnarliest single year we've ever had in politics. I think it's going to eclipse 2016 and 2024. I think the reality of the House changeover and the investigations and Epstein, this year's going to be a powder keg. Dude, Sam, let's go. Snow puppies, sing Faith No More. Let's go. All right. So now, this comes out. there's a backlash. Everybody is speaking out about this. Everybody was going off on, obviously, and reasonably so. Everybody was going off on this meme, okay? And we have, racist, deranged, humiliating to our country. Absolutely, okay? Trump was, he's at the prayer breakfast one day, and then he's posting racist memes the next, which, I mean, technically they're not that far apart, okay? Christianity and being white is a very, there's an intricate connection right there, okay? So anyway, so people are reacting to this as it comes out, going off all day, okay? And people across fucking party lines were reacting to this. Jack White went off, dude. Jack White, like, seriously was like, dude, fuck this. Pine Box Manifesto. Thank you, Growing. So there was a big explosion. Now, guys, as always, there then was the weave. Okay? The weave took place. Hold on, let me see if we can find Jack White's post. Okay? He posted about this, right? Here's what he said. Okay? You ready? This was Jack White's post on Instagram. He says this post would basically get anyone at any job fired immediately, except for arguably the most important position in the world. That's right. Trump is a racist, a rapist, a felon, a grifter, currently ordering the U.S. government to pay him $10 billion simply because no one will stop him. And a full-on dementia sufferer, and yet he has the power to send in Gestapo-ized soldiers to kill our citizens, and so much more dangerously has the nuclear codes and the ability to end humanity at any moment based on an egotistical whim. Okay? And that is just really, like, what's wild about this is the amount of damage he can cause just with his, pettiness and his ego getting bruised, right? By tariffing countries, by ending treaties, by, sending in 3,000, federal agents to a city that he doesn't like. Okay. How is it possible we've given this evil man so much power? And guys, this is a question we have to ask ourselves as a nation. Why do we continually reward the worst human beings possible so much power? Whether it's Elon Musk or Peter Thiel or Donald Trump or Jeffrey Epstein, right? We continually give power to the worst fucking human beings on the planet. Like, it is like, over and over and over again. Clarence Thomas. I mean, the list goes on and on. It's just endless. The two-party system, the electoral college, the responsibility the internet has brought to humanity and its direct conflict with truth, and America's obsession with celebrity are all to blame. But the fact that we aren't stopping it is insanity. Arrest this man, impeach this man, 25th Amendment this man, indict this man, jail this man, this longtime friend of pedophile Epstein who appears 40,000 times in the files. This demolisher of the White House, demolisher of the Constitution, demolisher of the Bill of Rights, this demolisher of America, full stop. It's hard to believe the government does almost nothing about this lunacy. We all have to sit back and watch as a people. And when he's finally gone, we had better put into place new laws and regulations that don't allow anyone to find dangerous loopholes based solely on the presumption that our president has some sort of dignity and decency. Abolish these loopholes, abolish the electoral college. If we had any sense, we'd abolish the two-party system that Washington advised us against, right? That got us here in the first place and has failed not only Americans, but everyone else in the world who is currently suffering from our policies and suffering from the whims of this sick, deranged man who, I'll state again, has his tiny bruised fingers on the nuclear launch button. All right, now, dude, that's a good rant, okay? I don't care what anybody fucking says. That right there, that was a good rant, guys. That was some solid fucking ranting. And kudos to you, Jack White. Dude, everything, I feel like everything was in there was mentioned, okay? Because it's true. Like, A, why do we give this man so much power? And B, why is our Congress not doing anything about this? We saw what happened in South Korea, okay? A president there behaved like a shitter, and the government and the people rose up and they immediately put a stop to it. Here, we have a guy who is just, he's petty. He's hurting the whole world. They're like gutting trade and our partnerships and breaking up allies. He's defending Vladimir Putin and, you know, invading countries, you know, kidnapping leaders, stealing oil, committing financial corruption. And our Republican-led Congress and Senate aren't doing anything. They're all complicit in this. There's like nothing he can do that they will ever hold him accountable for. And that is brutal, guys. And then what's more, look at what he did today, man. Okay, look at this shit, guys. Just look at this shit. He made some announcement about the stock market. Okay, the expert said if I hit 50,000 on the Dow, I would have done a great job, blah, 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 right? But like, dude, this 50,000 stock market is meaningless, guys. You know why this stock market is hitting 50,000? Because the companies are laying off all their goddamn workers. So the stock market is going up and up and up because the companies are just cutting jobs and eliminating shit and replacing people with robots. And so 10% of the country is like hitting the cash register while the rest of the country is suffering. This 50,000, this is meaningless. Fucking bullshit. Okay? It is bullshit. Dude, it is like they're just skimming off the top while all of us get gutted. Okay? Dude, Elite, let's go. What's up, boss? Oh! Dude, I'm going to play the Paula White video on repeat, boss. I think I need to see Paula White speaking in tongues, bro. I think that's it's the only thing that's going to heal this moment. Dude, F you, Trumpy. Dude, that's my new go-to when I'm really depressed. I put on videos of Paula White speaking in tongues. Dude, I have some mental issues I'm grappling with at the moment. Dude, this administration is getting to me, boss. I'm cracking. Dude, I'm cracking. Stop stupidity. Let's go. Perfectly timed, boss. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Dude, just let me click the heart. YouTube. Give me a fucking break, bro. Jesus. All right. You ready? You ready, guys? Okay, now comes the weave, okay? Because this thing comes out, everybody erupts, all right? And Jack White has his meltdown. Many of us had a meltdown. Everybody online is obviously rightfully calling this out. Snow Puppy's hit the course of midlife crisis! So, what happened, though, was then it started the weave, okay? And the weave started with the right-wing accounts, specifically accounts like our little 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗀 and wokeness. All right, now let me show you this weave, though, guys, okay? Because their weave is to, of course, call this fake news, and then they start calling it fake news for a specific reason, okay? And you ready? And it says, Obama ape meme is a hoax. Trump posted a long election fraud clip. At the end, it auto-scrolled to a different video for a second. Okay, so now let's listen to this, though. Because the way they're trying to opt out of this is, first off, we know that the Zarias account, okay, we know that this account did this on purpose, okay? We know that they included this on purpose. I don't think, because normally what happens is when it just goes to the next video, it pops up like an arrow and shit and asks you if you want to change or go, blah, blah, blah. But whatever. He's saying, oh, they're saying Trump posted an election video And at the end of the election video, it just auto-played the next video, which happened to be Obama being apes. But here's the problem, guys, okay? The problem is this, is so essentially what End Wokeness is saying is this. He's saying, hey, guys, the president of the United States is posting videos that he didn't watch, okay? That's what he's saying, that the president of the United States is now posting videos that he didn't watch all the way through. So ostensibly, halfway through that video, it could have 𝗙𝗍𝗶 or some shit in there, and he's just broadcasting it to the world because he's taking the responsibility of putting a video out there that he didn't watch. So, like, if you didn't watch it, why'd you put it out there? Right? Should our president of the United States be posting videos he doesn't watch or he watches the first 20 seconds of? No, he should not. I think, guys, that's even worse, okay? If they're saying he posted a video that he didn't bother to watch how it ended to see if there was some shit on there, that's even worse because now we know he's completely irresponsible. He's not even doing his job. Right? He's not even taking his job remotely serious. Stop the stupidity! Ella, LFG, let's go! Okay, but yes, first off, though, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. What I'm buying is, A, Zacarias did this on purpose, okay? And then I think Trump posted it on purpose, knowing that he would be able to wriggle out of it later or try to. But let's see what Caroline Leavitt said about it, okay? Let's see what she said, shall we? The press secretary? Because Trump deleted it, okay? Okay, Trump deletes the post and then he blames a staffer, okay? Yes, they changed it to a low-level staffer, which again, okay, so either he's a racist and he posted it, which is what happened and we know it is, or he's posting videos that he didn't watch to the end, or the presidential account is now in the hands of some low-level, like, coat check person who can just do whatever. They could post, naked pictures of whatever, Epstein survivors or some shit, okay? But now, you ready? This is all after Caroline Leavitt, okay? Caroline Leavitt made a statement about this, okay? Let's find her statement what she said, okay? Where is it? Right? Is this it? Or no? This looks like AI. That's an AI video. Yeah, I'm like, what are we doing here? All right, here we go. Is this it? Let's go.
It's been issue after issue. At the same time, and I know you've been dealing with this today, but Donald Trump.
Dude, first off, what is going on with their lips, bro? Bro, what is happening with those lips? Dude, what are we doing, bro? Like, you've seen the Mar-a-Lago lips, right? Like the duck face pictures. Hold on. There's one here. Let me find it. There's a picture that is like AI. Okay. Oh, wait. No, I got to go this one. Dude, those lips are crazy. Like, there's a photo that is like a fake photo. Oh my God, dude. Dude, but you see, they all have the like super juiced lips, but there's a photo. There's one in particular that shows a bunch of Mar-a-Lago women, and it is like, it's exaggerated. All their lips are exaggerated, but you see a lot of them, they have the, the crazy lips. Oh, here it is. This is the one. Look at this. So here's a photo that is obviously AI, okay? Right? This is a photo that is obviously AI, but you see the first thing they did was they made everybody have those insane lips. Right? Now, this is AI, right? But it is not far off. But guys, dude, she's there. She is there, boss. Look at that. She is there, dude. She is in the club. Those are the lips. Lips. AI. Caroline. AI. Bro. All right, you ready? Let's watch. Here we go.
It's been issue after issue. At the same time, and I know you've been dealing with this today, but Donald Trump's Truth Social post set off a firestorm online. I only noticed it this morning because I was writing, but it was a video that he had posted portraying Michelle and Barack Obama with an ape motif, and I guess there were other politicians who were portrayed in
with an ape motif. Dude, is there anyone more craven than Laura Ingraham? I mean, dude, her only friend is like a warm bottle of gin and a cardboard box full of Botox needles.
And other animal motifs is an internet meme. Tim Scott, the senator, obviously African-American, said he was praying it was fake because it was the most racist thing he'd ever seen out of the White House. The president should remove it. Caroline, I know the president did remove it, deleted it, but it was up for, I think, 12 hours or something like that.
12 hours.
How did this happen, and can you really throw a staffer under the bus for this?
Well, look, Laura, it was a meme that was posted by a staffer on the president's Truth Social account. It was from a Lion King video depicting, as you pointed out, different Democrats as different animals. I think Kamala Harris was depicted as a turtle in this video meme. The president did take it down. He spoke with lawmakers today out of respect for them, including Senator Tim Scott. The post was removed. But leave it to the leftist media, of course, to talk about this all day, rather than talk about the fact that the Dow has broken over 50,000 points for the first time in our nation's history.
Dude, the Dow's gonna break 50,000 points no matter who's fucking president, bro. Like, the Dow is gonna go up. That's what it does. But like, the Dow, it affects none of us. It helps none of us. I mean, literally 1 million people lost their jobs this year for the Dow to like go to 50,000. Congrats. Right. Oh, forget. But I thought she made a statement where she, like, I guess that was a late statement. Did she make an early statement? I thought she made an early statement about it where she said, oh, you're overreacting. Didn't she make that? Yeah, the outrage is fake, right? Was it audio only? Right? Do we have a link to that? I thought she did. I thought she made a statement that said, oh, it was written? Okay. She is a liar. She is a craven liar. Okay? So Caroline Leavitt came out this morning and defended the video. Okay? Yeah, I want to see her defense. Dude, do we have that? I want to see. Does anyone have that? I need to find that. Is this it? Okay. Thank you, Natalie. Okay. Leavitt's initial response calling the video a meme was issued unilaterally by the White House press office without the sign-off of top senior officials. One senior White House official told MS Now, speaking on the condition of anonymity about internal issues. That is standard protocol for Trump White House, the official said. Okay, you need to understand that this isn't a usual political operation. Everyone has their own lane, and usually it works out fine until it doesn't. There are no big, long messaging meetings, no calendars, no strategy sessions. This isn't a White House you see on the West Wing. There are no approvals. Okay, so basically what is happening is she said it was a meme. Let me see. Dude, yeah, her lips are very sus. Okay. So all right, so her quote was this. You ready? So they issued a statement. Karoline Leavitt, oh my God, dude. Does she have the craziest bunker eyes or what? She says, this is from an internet meme video. Please stop the fake outrage and report on something today that actually matters to the American public. So, like, guys, that's where we're at. Like, oh, yeah, we're sorry the president's a racist piece of shit. But, like, let's talk about something that's important to the public. Yeah, let's talk about something that's important to the public. Oh, this is important, Caroline. Bunker girl. Dude, crazy. Did she actually say it live? I want to see the video quote. All right, let's find her quote. If she said it live, dude, put the link in there. Give me a link. Give me a link to her saying it live. Because I'm not seeing any of the videos, which is making me think that, you know, they don't have it, right? Because how come there's no video, right? Right? The fact that no one's sharing video, like, I don't know. Yeah. Well, I mean, you throw a link up then. Did I play the whole Ingraham clip? I did play the whole Ingraham clip. And she talked about it in the Ingraham clip saying a meme, but I was looking at before they said a staffer when she said, you know, I thought she said it in a day press conference, but that's fine. All right. Anyway, so because the Ingraham clip was tonight, okay? And so did they clean it? Oh, got you. Of course they did. No, that makes sense, right? That makes sense that they did a little let's see.
All right, we need to make sure that
Let's see if there's a statement in here. Yeah, no, it's just the meme and no sign of her. All right.
in America.
So whatevs. I'm not going to stress out about it. But anyway, so let's run through the rundown of what happened here. Okay? Is Trump post the video with the meme at the end. This thing erupts. I woke up, I was editing, I saw this. We're all commenting about it. Okay, this thing is erupting. Then at some point, Karoline Leavitt's like, this is just a meme. You guys, fake outrage. You should be talking about what's really important. And then the right-wing accounts start weaving and saying, well, he didn't even mean to post that. That was just at the end, it auto-played another video. He posted a video about the election. So they're basically saying, oh yeah, the president is posting shit without even watching it, which is incredibly dangerous. Then they changed their tune because that obviously didn't make it go away. And then they start blaming a low-level staffer, and then Trump deletes it, and they throw a low-level unnamed staffer under the bus. And then they're like, hey, why are we even talking about this? We should be talking about the stock market, yada, yada, yada. Okay. But here's the thing though. And somebody just said it. They didn't. You notice what they didn't do, guys? Here's what they did not do. They did not say, we condemn the person who made that meme. Like, the fact is, our intention was obviously to simply play a video about the election, and like the fact that online creator attached this to that video, like, we think this type of racist memeing is abhorrent, and we completely disagree, and we're sorry that you were subjected to that. But that's it. They never condemn the actual thing. In fact, even at the very end, even after all of it, she's like, it's from the Lion King. Like, this is from a children's movie, and you guys are fake outrage because of your TDS. Because they really do feel this way. They are racist. Okay? Trump is a racist. And I know that the right wing's new tack is to say, we don't care if you call us a racist, you can call us a racist, right? They don't care, but like, they should. Okay? They should. Because now the whole world knows, so that's a disaster. Trump is a racist. No, he's not. He just doesn't watch the shit he puts on there. Oh, Trump is irresponsible. No, he's not. It's just a meme, fake outrage. No, it's not. It's racist shit. Oh, wait. No, it wasn't even Trump. It was a low-level staffer. By the way, you guys are so filled with outrage. Look at the stock market. All right? Dude, fuck these guys. Bro, like, seriously, like, kicking to the curb. To the curb, boss. You know what I'm saying? To the curb, bro. Come on. Oh, dude. Oh. And you know what's funny, though, too? Is I'm not going to defend MAGA here, but here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say that in honesty, I think a lot of MAGA isn't necessarily racist, okay? But you know what they are? They are totally comfortable with expressions of racism, with showings of racism. They are comfortable looking at racism outright right in front of them, laughing at it and yucking it up and dismissing it and defending it, even though they themselves may not like actually hate people of color. They are like, they're not willing to disregard the systemic racism we have. They just don't care about it. They're like, they refuse to acknowledge it and see it, even though they might not be out there trying to spread it. They just won't look at it, and that, there are a lot of them that are totally racist, but I think this, guys, it is an affliction of like white Americans, okay, where they don't want to see the racism that exists all around them. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's even that is the description of racism. Not necessarily though, because like when I think of somebody being a racist versus engaging in racist behavior, like somebody being a racist is somebody that is actively like being a racist is somebody that is like denigrating the fucking race and trying to exacerbate that divide. And there are some people though that like don't have harmful feelings towards people of color, but they allow racism to exist around them and they don't fucking do anything about it. And it is like, that is one of our huge problems, guys. And why it is so hard for us to conquer is that they don't see the racism because they're not actively participating in it. Okay? Like, for example, let me give you another example. Okay? I'm going to give you another example. I know this is a hard line and I'm not excusing them, but a lot of it is like domestic violence, right? A man who hits a woman is participating in domestic violence. But people who see a man hit a woman and they turn away, they're not domestic abusers themselves, but they are propagating the domestic abuse by refusing to see it. And that is why this is so hard to crack. If they were actually like bona fide racists, it would be so much easier to conquer. But like the fact that they don't see it and it's not like necessarily in their hearts makes their behavior so devious because they just can't see it. They're like, what do you mean? I'm not racist. And they're like, but when you show them the racism, they're like, I can't see it. You know what I'm saying? And that is why, like, we got to figure out something about that. And this is why it's hard, guys. Why it's hard is because I know we point them out and we say, like, wow, they're fucking racist. But, like, it doesn't land on them because I think some of them aren't inherently racist in the core. They are just so blinded to racism that they are complicit in it. But like calling them a racist just bounces off of them and it doesn't get through to them because really in their heart, they're not actually like being actively racist. They're just not willing to be anti-racist. They're not willing to see the racism. And so we do have to figure out that sort of thing, right? We do have to sort of figure out how to navigate that because it's like screaming, right? Screaming racism to somebody who can't see it and they feel in their heart that they're just not. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it is like you can scream at them all day and it's never going to land on them, okay? And in fact, I think we have gotten ourselves into a glut because we do scream and point out the racism, but many of these, like, and I'm not talking about the hardcore MAGA people that are actually fucking, and guys, this is in line with the black anti-racist work that I've the stuff that I have read where they said it's not enough to not be racist. You have to be actively anti-racist. And the fact of the matter is there are some people that are not racist, but they allow racism to exist because they don't take the step of being actively anti-racist. And so if they're not racist and they're not actively engaging in specific intended racist behavior, they are living in this weird, like, self-created shadow. That doesn't mean that they're not propagating racism, and it doesn't mean they're enabling it and they're actively abetting it. But the thing about it is they in their hearts, okay, are not behaving in an actively racist way. And that is true, guys, okay? There is active racism and there is passive racism, and there is a fucking difference in those. And black folks will tell you that there's a difference in those. You know what I'm saying? It's like there is a difference in active racism and passive racism, guys. There absolutely is a difference. Okay? And the thing about it is the passive racists are the ones that are like so dangerous because you call them racist and they just don't see it. They actually feel like, whoa, I'm offended that you're calling me a racist. Like, and right? You know what I mean? And no, that is not my argument. My argument is not that passive racism isn't racism. Racism is racism. But a person being a straight up racist is somebody actively participating in active racism. okay? Like, dude, I encounter racism in myself, but I am not a racist, okay? And there are a lot of people that are not racist that still like engage in racist behavior or enable racism in some way. You know what I'm saying? I am not backtracking. Dude, I was very clear about this. Not everybody that is in Republican are racist, guys. Okay? And that's a fact. And you have to not everybody that votes Republican are active racists. There's some people that are absolutely not racist, but they will turn their backs on racism and they will see it in front of them and not acknowledge it. And like, that is different than being an active racist. And that's the thing that we're trying to conquer. You can't treat somebody who is not a racist, but who allows racism the same way as you treat an active racist and expect to reach them. Okay? You know what I'm saying? You love me, bro, but Jesus, bro. But like, why are you getting mad about this? I'm like trying to help solve this issue because we keep hitting a fucking wall here, guys. You know what I'm saying? It is like we keep hitting a wall with this, and this is part of the reason why we have such a issue with, I mean, you ready for this, guys? Dude, thank you though for that, Fro. Some of this plays into that Keith Edwards shit that's going on with Jasmine Crockett and Tallarico and the Pod Save America guys. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like those guys, I don't believe that Keith Edwards and the Pod Save America guys or whatever are racist. Okay. Right. And the people who were saying, some of them that were saying, don't donate to Jasmine Crockett or whatever, but some of those guys are absolutely not racist, but they're like white progressives that maybe don't see some of the racism that's right in front of them. And they're center right. They're not exactly, I don't know, some of the progressives do this too, where they are, in theory, they are like, you know, that like, man, they're not really racist people, but they're also like not seeing the racism around them. And like, and I guess what I'm trying to do is I am trying to figure out how we message to those people. Okay. Right. And what you're saying, it's like people seeing pedophilia, but they're not pedophiles themselves and they excuse the behavior. I mean, sort of, but it's like the racism's a little more complicated. Okay. Because it's like trying to see the difference between being a racist and engaging in racism. I think there is a difference, right? I think some people are just straight up racist, and there are some people who are actually, you know, like who are actually actively, I don't know, trying to engage with other races, and they think they've integrated themselves, and they think they are like, you know, they live their life as though they're not racist at all, and yet there's a lot of racism happening right around them, and they just can't see it. They just can't see it, you know? And when I say some people, like, no, when I say some people are what? Are straight up racist? Like, I don't know what the Trump comment meant. You know? Like, you can't see this conversation, I guess. I mean, guys, it's like, what's hard about this conversation is this, okay? So let's look at somebody like End Wokeness, okay? You ready? So hold on a sec. Let me just show you the difference, okay? So the thing about this is if you look at somebody like End Wokeness, all right? This guy is obviously, clearly a racist, okay? This guy is the End Wokeness guy. He is clearly a racist, okay? Every post this guy does is race baiting, is race, like, edging, is fucking, you know, trying to denigrate races. This guy is a straight up 100% avowed racists like 𝗙𝗪𝗏, okay? Some of these white nationalist guys that are just, you know, Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, they are straight racist motherfuckers, okay? They are straight racist motherfuckers. And these guys are like, some of them, you know, Nick, right? You know what I'm saying? Nick Fuentes, right? Those guys are straight racists, okay? They are. Now, there are, okay? Oh yeah, Jake Lang, right? Yes, no, absolutely. These guys are like totally avowed, and some of them won't admit it, but they're just straight up fucking racism. There are absolutely levels. But what I'm saying, guys, and I think this harkens to what MLK, yeah, and Malcolm X. Remember how they said, like, nothing's more dangerous than the white liberal? Remember? I remember these guys. Was it Malcolm X who said that? I think it was Malcolm X. But somebody said there's nothing more dangerous than the white liberal, okay? And was that X or was that fucking MLK? And the thing about it is, though, is because I think those people aren't like necessarily like outright racist at their core. They actually have the general goodwill of like, they think they're trying to solve racism. They think they're out there like, I'm not a racist, I'm doing this shit. And meanwhile, it is literally stewing all around them, but they cannot see it, okay? They cannot see it. Was it Malcolm X? Okay, I thought it was Malcolm X, but you know what I mean? And so the thing about it is, instead of asking me 5 times, why did he say that? If you have something to say about that, oh no, just say it, dude. Like, why don't you just say what your point is? Cultural conditioning points to you being correct. I mean, dude, you know what I'm saying? Like the thing about this, right, is like, you know, like, I think like my parents, okay, are a perfect example, okay? My parents are a perfect example, okay? My dad was like best friends with the black guy the one black guy in town, okay? And my mom would open her heart to anybody. My parents were the most like genuine, non-judgmental. They don't care who you are. They would welcome you into their family and stuff, right? But like racism could be happening right in front of them and they would not see it except when it was like so blatant, okay? And that is, they were people who voted for like Ronald Reagan. And then Ronald Reagan talked about welfare queens and shit, and they didn't see that even though my dad was the guy defending the one black guy in the small town Wisconsin, he's voting for the guy that is, you know, also saying that welfare queen shit, and they let that just swing by. You know what I'm saying? But like, my dad was actually not a fucking racist. He was not. He just wasn't. You know what I'm saying? But he was also a privileged, like, white guy that even while he was defending black people and fighting against racism, he couldn't actually see racism a lot of the times. He could only see it when it was like blatant. He could see the racism when a white guy was calling the black guy the N-word, and my dad would step in and fight him, but he couldn't see the racism when it was like the shades of gray. And like, that's the difference between, like, there are some people that don't have the racist gene in their heart, and so they can only see like the most extreme form of racism. And you know, and like, that is the part that is so like challenging, and that group is like so hard to fucking reach. Okay. And yeah, you know what it is? Maybe it's like, yeah, I don't know if it's like a programmed bias or what it is, you know? And I mean, guys, I feel like this is like one of the huge struggles we had. This is how segregation happened, guys. and was allowed for so long is there were people that were actively like segregating, and then there were people in the North that weren't segregating, but they were also like the segregation was down in the South and they just weren't doing anything about it. You know, that it was like, and like, I know this is a hot button topic, but maybe soft racism is a good way of putting it, right? But like, guys, I feel like this is one of the things we on the left that we have to figure out a messaging for this, guys. And it's not even about MAGA, okay? Because I know you could get in a debate with and say that like everybody who's really MAGA is racist or has quite a bit of soft racism. Like you have to be totally okay with racism to vote for fucking Donald Trump. You just have to be. You have to either be okay with it or be so fucking blind you can't see it. But I think we have a problem with this in our own party, guys, because in our party, we have a lot of people, especially in the progressive shit, okay? And again, guys, soft racism is still racism, but like by being a racist and like being blind to racism are definitely two different things. There can be people, guys, that are actively like working to heal racism, and they are still not seeing the racism right in front of them, okay? And that is the thing. Like, if you look at progressives, okay, listen to me. Progressive Democrats, okay, are not racist, okay? You hear me? They're like most progressive Democrats are not racist. But progressive Democrats have a problem with sometimes like being blind to racism. And when they interact with black voters, the black voters end up feeling seen or feeling unseen because these people that are not racist are not seeing the racism that exists all around their own fucking behavior. And that's what I'm talking about. And that is something that we have a real problem with. Dude, we have a real fucking problem with that. And like, so the thing is if you just call progressive Democrats racist, that is not going to land on them and fucking, you know, like hit on them. You know, I mean, this is one of the things that we're, right? Problem you have is white people feel like they're the ones who are entitled to decide any of this. I mean, dude, that may very well be the problem, Jet. But like, and the problem is white people. Like, don't get me wrong, but I feel like what's going on with 𝗪𝗡 right now and Jasmine Crockett and the Progressive Coalition is we have a bunch of not racist people that are like fully like there's racism all around them and they're just like they can't even see it, you know, because they, you know what I'm saying? And like, how do we fucking fix that guy like that? Okay, like how do we fix that? Like, how do you get through to somebody who is not a racist in their heart? Okay, and they may be actively even trying to like heal the racism chasm, but they can't see the racism like that is literally right in front of them. You know what I mean? Like, how do you get through to those people? Because I'm telling you guys, there are people that are like racist in their heart. And by racist, I don't mean they're walking around saying negative shit to people of color. I mean that in their heart, they believe that people of color are like below them. Okay? That, right? There's, you know what I'm saying? Like I feel like men and misogyny is the same way. There are some men that are just misogynist. They fucking hate women. They believe women are less than them. And it is in their heart. But there are a bunch of men who are like, they love women and they want to be supportive of women, but they're blind to misogyny and they're not themselves active misogynists, but they allow misogyny around them all the time. And they don't even see sometimes where their behavior enables it. Because they're not misogynists, they don't even realize they're doing it. And like, there is something about that happens to us racially as well. Okay, like I am not a misogynist at all. Okay, but I still grapple with misogyny all the time. And the only thing that makes it like okay is that I'm aware of it. But if I wasn't aware of that, and I was a guy who was just like me, not a misogynist, but unaware of all the misogyny around me, I would fucking be like helping exacerbate misogyny everywhere I went, even while I was trying to like, you know, defend women or whatever, or defend feminism, right? And like, that's fucking like, how do we do that? And what about the black MAGA men? Like, what's going on with the black men and women who are MAGA? And like, are they racist? Are the like, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is going on with them? They're not racist against their own race, are they? Are they like, I mean, what is even the psychology behind that? Right? Like, you know, because we got to fucking, no, not about the women. You know what I'm saying? But because I guess what I'm saying, guys, is there are like, I mean, there are people that are just straight up racist in their heart, okay? Where and then there are people that are not racist in their heart, that are actually, they probably even feel like they are trying to like heal this wound, and yet they are doing nothing but causing the wound to get worse and worse. And then when you call them a racist, they're like, but I'm not a racist. And so calling them a racist doesn't land on them. And like, I'm wondering, like, how do we make it land on them, right? Because you know, dude, it's fucking, it is so, this has been flummoxing me, guys. And I tweeted about this a couple days ago, okay, in an oblique way, okay, but can I show you? It's reminding me of this tweet where I tweeted about fucking what's going on with Keith Edwards and those guys, okay? And I have seen this as an issue with progressives, like progressive politics, okay? And in particular, what I notice is progressive people are like, hey man, we're not racist. Not all progressives, but there are some progressives that are like, hey man, we're not racist. We are like trying to heal this fucking divide. We are like, you know, we love diversity. And yet when they interact with black voters feel like they are not seen. Okay. That no matter what the black voters tell these progressive people, the progressive people are like, what are you talking about? Like, we're not racist at all. And we're like, here, we're like on the same team, but the black voters are like, dude, you don't even see us over here. You're not listening. We're not getting through to you. And this is a schism that we've had, that we've been grappling with. And this is part of why like, you know, why Bernie's movement didn't win in the South, you know, and it wasn't just because of Jim Clyburn. I mean, he had something to do with it, but there's like a fucking, I don't know, there's like a distrust that happens. But here's what I was talking about here. Okay, you ready? Watch this. And maybe this will shed a light on it. Maybe not, but it is right here, okay, is this. I said, my advice for progressives and Democrats fighting over Texas, don't forget this. No matter who wins, Tallarico or Crockett, neither can win the general without the other person's voters, okay? So don't forget you're on the same team, right? Like if Jasmine Crockett wins, she needs Tallarico's voters. If fucking Tallarico wins, he needs Jasmine Crockett's voters. And so if they like create enough resentment that they won't support each other after this primary, neither of these candidates a win. And then I said, I've routinely seen this Achilles heel where white progressives seem to barrel into elections and black Dem voters feel like they don't see them at all. I think maybe we need to figure this shit out. Like, why does that keep happening, guys? And I think this is happening because I honestly think that there are some people that are in their heart, they are not in their heart, they are not racist people, but I don't know if it's their privilege. I don't know if it's their bias. I don't know if it's just hubris that because there's you know how the Bible or whatever says the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And I think some of that is like this, that if somebody has a non-racist heart, right, then their intention is like, man, I'm just out here trying to solve this thing. But like, they can actually be making everything worse because they're not aware of like all the racism around them, all the racism that's getting set off by their own behavior or their refusal to look at everything besides just their heart intentions. You know what I'm saying? And like, I don't know, dude, that is flummoxing me. You keep thinking that they have a good heart, but like, that's just it, Michelle. Like, there are some people that are enabling racism, that are enabling the problem and exacerbating the problem, that actually do have good hearts. That's the problem, is there are people that have dirty, nasty hearts that are racist and toxic and horrible. And there are some people, though, that really do have good hearts and may even exist in mixed race families. And for whatever reason, they're so like convinced by their heart and their intentions that they don't see the racism like around them and even shit that's getting enabled by their own behavior. And that's what I am talking about. Like it's like not everybody that is triggering this racism and enabling this or even engaging in racist behavior at times, not all of them have dirty, like nasty fucking hearts. A lot of the people that are engaging in that and engaging with those biases and shit are like good-hearted people that are genuinely trying. It's like, we just don't know how to reach them because they're like, wait a second, I am good-hearted. Why are you like telling me I am like this like evil-hearted, nasty person? And it is like, yeah, they are like innocent bigots in a way. But they're not innocent in their behavior because they're enabling this shit. But they're not like, it's like they're bigots who are not living from a bigoted heart. Okay. And like, that is the thing that like, I feel like in the Democratic Party, guys, this really behooves us to figure out. Okay. You know why? Because so much of the Democratic coalition is actually like full-hearted and you know, full-hearted, like, oh, they're like trying to like celebrate the diversity and heal the divide. And yet there's members of the Democratic Party that are like continually like turning their backs on the people of color in the party, right? And not even hearing them and plowing forward with their own agendas and you know, having blinders on about some of this racism, but the people themselves are not like actively being racist. It's like they're good-hearting themselves right into the fucking ditch, bro. You know what I'm saying? And like, dude, it's frustrating to me though, because I feel like it's frustrating to me because I feel like if we don't figure out how to like solve the nuance of that, like we're always going to be at an impasse where there are certain people, even in our coalition, where we scream and yell and we call them a racist, and it never actually lands. It never actually helps them fucking like arrive at the thing, because in their heart of hearts, they are honestly like, wow, I am not living as an active racist. And so the yelling of like, you're a racist, just fucking like pings off of them, and it just completely bounces off. And it is hurting. Like, I think that group is like hurting the world more than the group that are actively, openly racist. You know what I'm saying? And like, dude, it is, I mean, for examples, I already gave you some examples. I gave you examples of my parents who were not actively racist, and who would, like, if they saw a person of color being harassed, they would literally step in and fucking defend them and protect them. And they like, you know, tried their best to like, you know, like fucking kick the fucking racism out of their neighborhood and their small town. And yet they voted for Ronald Reagan. And when he was talking about the welfare queens, it just didn't land on them. But they were not actively racist people. But they couldn't see racism unless it was obvious. Okay. They could only see it when it was so blatantly obvious. And the finer shades of racism were completely invisible to them. And like, that was like flummoxing. Those people are the people that gave us Reagan. And some of those people helped give us Trump too. And not even just the racism version of those people, but we have this problem with misogyny too. Okay. Where there are a lot of men that are outright misogynists, and there are a lot of men that in their hearts, they're not misogynists, right? But they can't see misogyny when it's right in front of them unless it's very extreme. And that is what I'm talking about, okay? And so I'm like, I don't know if that makes sense. That like the idea of a racist or misogynist heart is like, it's just in there. It is functioning. They're fucking, they draw venom from it. It is part of like their belief system. I am superior. These other beings are less than. And that's just the way it is. And that shit fuels them. And then there are other people that don't have that their heart is much more about like, no, I don't feel that way. I want to like protect and nurture and come together, and I want to heal this. But yet they're blind to racism except in its most extreme form. And they're like really fucking dangerous, because what they'll do is they will see like people that are like hiding their racism and dog whistles and shit. Sometimes they don't see that stuff. And when you say you're fucking racist, they're like, no, I'm not. Like, what are you talking about? Right? And then you're like, yeah, you are. And they're like, no, I'm actually not. And you know, I think sometimes they're not. They're just, they're like, I don't know what they are. They have some sort of like, dude, I don't know what it is, man. It's like, you know, it is. And these are the people though, that are like, they're a large part of the American electorate. Blind racism. I mean, dude, blind racism, I'm comfortable with that fucking term, right? But like, we need more than like, you know, I don't know. I'm just seeing this. You know what I'm saying? Call them a bigot and tell them to look that up. Yeah, but like, my point that I'm telling you though is like, the hard thing is when it's not in their heart. Okay, when it's not in their heart, they can't fucking see it. Like even guys, even with me, okay? You ready? Like, I am not a racist, okay? And I have never been a racist, okay? But I grew up where I was like, even after witnessing racism and seeing it with like, you know, Fred getting attacked, getting called the N-word, watching my dad defend him, right? Seeing Reagan talk about welfare queens and all this shit, and seeing the racism in the small town. And me inherently, I went in third grade and the black kids took me in, they protected me. And so I had this whole experience, right? And still, okay, I had a tremendous amount of blinders where a lot of racism could be happening right in front of me and I wouldn't fucking see it. And it took a long fucking time for me to sort that out and for me to unearth that. But what I'm saying is during that time, if people had come up and just called me a racist all the time, I don't know if I would have done that work. I don't know if them calling me a racist would have been helpful in me seeing those blind spots, because I was not actually a racist, but I was like a white person that like would see some racism. Reagan talking about, you know, fucking welfare queens was obvious. A guy calling Fred the N-word was obvious, okay? But me going to McDonald's and noticing that every time I go to a fast food restaurant, everybody that's serving me are people of color, and I'm a white guy buying the fast food, it took me a long time to fucking see that, right? It took me until the pandemic to really have that register, to be like, whoa, why is so much of our service economy people of color waiting on white people, right? And you know what I mean? And that's like a lot of racism, or like the racism I discovered in buying a house, okay? I never saw that until I bought a house. A lot of people buy houses and they don't even realize that them buying a house is like an act of racism if you buy a house in a mixed race neighborhood, right? Isn't that crazy? Think about that, okay? You're somebody who likes diversity and you are somebody who wants to live in a neighborhood where you can be an ally to people of color. So you're a white person, you go in, you buy a house, you fix it up, you make it nice. You have just committed an act of racism, even though you're not a racist. You moved into that neighborhood unbigoted to, like, you know what I'm saying? To fucking, you know, commune and be an ally to the neighbors of color. But you, being a white person in America, buying and fixing up your house, and that, you have just committed an act of racism, and you are now driving the people of color out of that neighborhood. And that's what I'm talking about, okay? That happened to me here, and I'm not even, right? I'm definitely not racist. But like, dude, I like, by moving into a mixed race neighborhood and fixing the house up, I like drove out the people of color, you know? Devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for some votes to steal. Love your channel tonight. Thank you, Soft. Appreciate you. I mean, that's the shit I'm talking about, guys. Like, now I saw it, though. I saw it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I saw what happened here, moving here, the thing I'm describing, how I moved here, and I committed an unintentional act of racism by moving into a white neighborhood, a mixed race neighborhood, as a white guy and fixing up my house. But a lot of people, though, don't see it, guys, okay? And you know what I'm saying? And so what happens is a lot of white people, let me describe this, and maybe you see it, they go move to the mixed race neighborhood because they're not racist, right? They are not bigoted in their heart. They want to be allies. They move into the neighborhood, they fix up their house, and they put the whole like Black Lives Matter signs in their yard. And then what happens is some more non-bigoted white people move in to do that. And then what ends up happening is about 3 years later, the entire neighborhood is white people with Black Lives Matter signs in their yard, and all of the black people have been forced out of the neighborhood. And the white people like don't even really notice because there's still one or two black neighbors around, right? And like, dude, that's like what I'm talking about. That is so weird that is like people that are not actually racist in their heart, but they are like committing and exacerbating racism everywhere they go, and they're just completely like blind to it. You know what I mean? And some people are blind to that shit, you know? Right? How many damn people do you think there are like this that are still holding on to MAGA? And well, so I'm not talking about the people that are holding on to MAGA, right? And maybe me saying MAGA, like I may have set off this firestorm because I shouldn't have used the word MAGA. But I'm talking about the non-MAGA voters that voted for Trump, okay? And the non-MAGA voters that also are like not super affected by him. So they're like, if they're not chronically online, they're not going to be aware of like all this drama and shit, right? So you're saying when white people move into the neighborhood, there goes the neighborhood. It's true, dude. Dude, it's like, I want to be able to get through to them, you know? I want to be able to get through to them, guys. Like I feel like, you know, like, because you know why, guys? Here's why. You know, I've talked about before about how we are in like the second civil rights movement, okay? And like, I feel like we're learning lessons about the 60s, okay? You know what I mean? Right? I feel like we are learning lessons about the 60s now. And one of the lessons that I learned is that there were two main ones. Is that one, when desegregation happened, it wasn't because America finally realized segregation was wrong. It was because a part of America took power and forced a part of America to desegregate, even though they never believed it was wrong. So all the time in the South, they were forced to engage in pretending that desegregation was okay, and they never believed it did. And now they're like, you know, in power, and now they're trying to like take away DEI, and they're trying to say the white people are being oppressed, okay? Now, those people, right, are they racist? Absolutely. Those people are absolutely racist, okay? They are. That shit is like in their heart, that there is shit in their heart where, I mean, you go to the South, a lot of people in the South are racist. Like, right? Racist. Even if they're not running around saying the N-word, they believe wholeheartedly that like people of color are below them. And it's in their fucking heart. Okay? That supremacy is in their heart. Okay? It is in their heart. You know what I mean? Absolutely. Okay? But so then, you ready though? Let me get to my second point. Okay, my second point is there were a bunch of people, okay, that like are like, oh my God, we got to do something about segregation. We got to do something about like, you know, ending this Jim Crow stuff. Okay, these are the people that like are the good hearts, right? But like, what really motivated them more than the fact that we want to conquer racism was the white students that got shot at Kent State, okay? So what they did was they watched the horrors of like Vietnam and the horrors of, right? It was their white neighbors dying in Vietnam, and it was the white students that were protesting Vietnam and for civil rights movement and for feminism. They were getting gunned down. And so these white people were like watching white people get killed. And they were like, fuck, bro, we got to do something about this because white people are dying. Okay. But they weren't really like fighting the civil rights movement for the sake of civil rights, even though they're like, not like they don't want to segregate people, but they're fighting it for like selfish reasons. And so then the civil rights movement ends, and then you go into the 70s and there's still a whole bunch of racism and people can't get jobs and Ronald Reagan storms in and starts calling people welfare queens. And they're like, oh, well, we just fought the civil rights movement. We ended segregation. Everything is sort of fixed. And like, but they don't inherently believe that people of color are less than, but they also can't see people of color getting wounded except when it's really, really fucking obvious. And like, that is the sort of like white moderate person. And some of it, you know what I'm saying? And some of it is like they're maybe because they live in towns without a lot of people of color, they're not getting exposed to it enough for it to like break through their thing. But like my thing is like, it's like a codependence. Okay. You know, how are we still on the same point? Well, so Worthy, we're on the same point because it's important for us to figure this out in the progressive left coalition, or I don't think we're ever going to be able to truly unite the mixed race left without sorting this out to some degree. And with that base of independent white rural people that are convinced that they're not racist because their heart is like filled with a sort of codependence for believing in the good of all people, but they are still like blind to a system of racism that exists all around them. You know what I'm saying? And like it's like the codependence my mom had. Okay. I've told you the story. Maybe this will make sense to you. And I'm trying to find a metaphor that sets light bulbs off in people's heads. But my mom, okay, she loved me, guys. In her heart, she like loved me purely. Like I was her shining star, okay? And there was no doubt in my mind that my mom loved me, okay? She loved me so much, guys. There was no question. She had no animosity toward me. She had nothing but love and admiration for me, my mother, okay? And she had a codependence, though, guys, that while she was loving me, she could be actively destroying me because her love for me was so like a thing to her that she couldn't see like her damaging me. It's like she existed in a kind of denial that she loved me so much and was so like, oh my God, right? That she could actively be hurting me and she wouldn't even notice it because like, I would never hurt you. I love you, right? But her codependence was like so bad that I actually had to get away from her because she would have like helped kill me when I was a drug addict. And the whole time, she would have not even been aware that she was helping kill me. And right? And when I would tell her this, I tried to tell her this, and she was like, are you mentally deranged? Like, what are you talking about? I love you so much, right? And like, so like, maybe that's it. Maybe in some white people that maybe some of them in their attempt to be not a racist, they're actually codependent in a way. And maybe it's their codependence of like trying to like cure racism or fix racism that is like causing them to be completely blind to how they're exacerbating the problem with their own fucking behavior. And like, that's what I'm talking about. And there are like a significant portion of people that are either independent or in the Democratic coalition that are like that like are causing a lot of damage to race relations and to unity in the Democratic Party and shit. But like simply like us, you know, calling them a fucking racist isn't going to fix the problem, right? You know, I mean, if I told my mom the whole time, you don't fucking love me, you don't fucking love me, that would not have fixed the problem. You know? And like, dude. So she refuses to see it. So what it is though, G-Moo, is like she can't see it. It wasn't that she refused to see it. It was that she couldn't see it, right? Because she existed in a kind of like protective denial where, like, you know, I don't know how to describe it exactly, right? It is like, I don't know. I mean, it was sort of a denial. It was sort of a codependence, you know? And like, I don't know. I think white people in particular are really susceptible to codependence because we have this generational, you know, fucking, like there's a generational guilt that exists in, right? You know what I'm saying? There's a generational guilt that exists in white people, even if they're not aware of it, right? Like, you know, even if you look at the hardcore MAGA, like the straight up racist people that are like, there's no such thing as white guilt. Well, get over slavery, this, that, or the other. Like they have white guilt, man. And like a lot of their white guilt is fueling some of their nasty fucking racist hearts. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and like, dude, man, white America is not interested in fixing racism because they lack humanity for anyone outside their own race. I don't know. I don't know if, see, that's the thing. That's a stickler. Like, I don't believe that all white people lack humanity for anyone outside their own race. I think there are plenty of white people that actually have humanity for people outside their own race. I think the problem is they lack experience. They've never had the experience of not being the dominant race. And so they don't fucking, they can't, it's like a foreign language, right? Like, for example, if you had every white person in America go live in a predominantly black neighborhood for a couple of years, I think they might have a different experience of, you know, if they got a chance to live as a non-dominant where they saw what it was like to be the person on the outside. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, yeah, no, I understand why, I mean, I understand for me, if there's black people that don't trust any white people at all, I totally get that. Like when I encounter black people that just have, where they say openly, I don't trust any white people, I do not fault them for that. I totally understand that. Like I'll be honest, I'm surprised more black people aren't like that, you know, which is why that Keith Edwards thing the other day really bothered me when, you know, candidly Tiff was saying how like no white man can get her sexually excited. And Keith Edwards was like calling her a bigot. And I'm like, really? Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, really? You know, like, what are you fucking doing? Like, that shit is like insanity, you know, to be saying that shit. Like, you know, like, I mean, dude, you know, the people of color in America have extended way more grace to white people than the reverse. You know what I'm saying? Right? Like, it's true, right? Right. And I mean, it's the same with misogyny. Okay. You know, it is the same with misogyny. It is like, it is a similar struggle. I mean, it's not the same, it's different. And obviously but it is a similar fucking blind spot with misogyny that yes, men don't ever have the experience of what it's like to be a woman in the world. And so they just like, they have a lot of blind spots. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And even the men that aren't misogynists, you know, even the men that aren't misogynists are like have that, where they have a whole bunch of blind spots. And that's why I've always thought like trans women and trans men are like really valuable to society, because trans women and trans men give us the opportunity to understand some of that shit. You know what I mean? Like you know, like trans women are people who have lived in society as men, and then if they transition, they are then in society as women, and they're actually seeing both sides of that fucking divide. And like, so that feels like really powerful. You know what I'm saying? That is really powerful. And so I guess the thing is, guys, that in some, I know we belabored and we got into this and we all went all over the map. But my basic point is if we roll back to Black Lives Matter, okay? If we roll back to Black Lives Matter, okay? And there were a lot of people in that crowd holding BLM signs that are absolutely not racist in their heart. They were out there like fighting amongst people of color, and they're maybe even, you know, like doing some limited anti-racism work. And they are like, you know, in their heart of hearts, they think they are like doing the work. And yet they are blind to racism right in front of them, except when it is in its most extreme form. And there are a lot of people in America, and they're white. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. There might be people of color. I can't really speak for what makes people of color enable like the racists, like the black MAGA people. I have no idea how that even happens. But there is there is a group of non-racist people that still can only see racism when it's in a kind of extreme form in front of them. And those people are people that will do stupid things like voting for, you know, fucking, you know, like I'm sure some of them voted for Donald Trump. I'm sure some, you know, some of them voted for Ronald Reagan. My parents did. And I don't know how we cracked that nut. Okay. Like I could have called my parents racist, and that would have never landed on them. Okay. Because the way they were operating in their heart, they most certainly weren't, you know, but they were blind to racism except in its extreme forms. And that was a serious hindrance. And I don't know what that was. I don't know if it was an inherent bigotry. I don't know if it was like program bias or what it was, but they were very genuine, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I could have brought home a black girlfriend and they would have welcomed her into the family, and they would have like never had an issue. There would have been no difference in the way they treated her compared to anyone else in my fucking, like in my life. Okay. And yet there could be a lot of racism right in front of them that wasn't extreme, and they would be completely blind to it. And that led them to make piss poor voting decisions at times. You know what I'm saying? And like, I fucking don't, like, I see that now in the progressives and the centrists and the whatever center right independent, whatever, these coalitions in the Democratic Party, and some of the white independent voters in America, independent voters, whatever the fuck that means. And I'm flummoxed by it, guys. It is like why certain, you know, non-racist white people like talk about policy, and black people end up feeling disregarded and unseen. And to the black people, they actually, I'm sure to the black people, it feels like they're straight up racist. And like, you know what I'm saying? But the white people in their hearts are like, no, I'm like really trying to fucking heal this problem. And dude, it is like so flummoxing to me. And it's flummoxing enough that I'm like been yelling about it for a goddamn hour. But I'm telling you, this Tallarico Jasmine Crockett thing is showing it. Okay? This Tallarico Jasmine Crockett thing is showing this stuff. Okay? Dude, it should be illegal to marry a person of the same ethnicity. Dude, that would be weird. Okay? White people struggle with genuine empathy. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that. I think white people struggle with some types of empathy, I'm sure, right? I'm sure. I mean, they're just, you know, it can depend a lot on their location and shit too. I mean, white people, again, a white person cannot see, they, like most white people, right? I mean, all white people can never have the experience of being black, okay? Or never have the experience of being Hispanic, just like men can never have the experience of being women. So there is a blinder there, no matter, like, you know what it is? It's like, what it is this, is it's like it's like, it's not even, I don't think it's even about genuine empathy. I think it's about access, okay? Like, for example, you ready? If somebody is like born with no sight, okay, if somebody is born with no sight, they can never tell you what it's like to see because they've never had access. And like a white person, I don't think they can have like true empathy for the experience of a black person because they can just never have that experience. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way and even if a white person goes and lives in an like, say they went to a neighborhood that is like 90% black, and a white person goes and lives in that neighborhood, they're gonna kind of get a taste of it, but they can go 6 blocks away, and they're back in their dominant neighborhood. So it's not the fucking same, guys, okay? It is not the same because most of the world is still they're dominant and they're just getting a taste of this other thing, right? And so that's like even if you experience being a minority, you can walk 20 minutes and you're the majority again. And the people of color don't have that, okay? They don't have that. And what's more is you ready for this? Here's what's crazy, guys. This is the thing that's heartbreaking. Say there's a neighborhood, a community that has 1,000 black people and 10 white people, okay? So the black people, that is like their community. Those white people are the people that are way outnumbered. The white people are the ones that should be like, oh, I'm uncomfortable, right? Because they're not the majority. They're like getting a taste of what it's like. But the minute a cop rolls into that neighborhood, those 10 white people are dominant in an instant. The minute a cop rolls through, those white people, even though they're outnumbered 1,000 to 10, they are now dominant. Like, instantly, the minute the cop rolls into the fucking neighborhood. That is mind-blowing, okay? There is no situation for where black people are in a white neighborhood where they would ever have that, okay? You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. Like, the white people just cannot access because the power is white, okay? No matter what. Even if it's 1,000 blacks and 10 whites in that neighborhood, the power is still white, okay? And like, so they can never have the type of empathy that understands what it's like where the power's not white, okay? Except maybe, I don't know, maybe if they, maybe if they went to like Uganda or something, or some really like intense country in Africa where, I don't know, I don't even know if they would feel it over there, right? Isn't that fucking wild to think about? You know? That is fucking like, that is like just mind-blowing. like white people don't have access to that, you know? Right? That is just racism. You don't need to hate to be a racist. You just need to default to a system built on anti-blackness and never question it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what's funny though, Drea, is I think some people, even the ones that are questioning it, are like stuck in it. You know what I'm saying? I think even many of the people that are questioning it are still like blind to racism when it's in front of them, except when it's to a certain extreme. Okay. And I think it's some of the same programmed thinking of like, you know, like kids that are spanked. Okay. There are some kids that are spanked that most certainly weren't abused. And you could say, we had somebody in chat here the other day that I was arguing with where I was like, oh, that spanking fucked you up. And they're like, no, it didn't. I'm totally not abused. And in their hearts, man, they are not abused, but they can't see the abuse unless it becomes a certain intensity. It like is still invisible to them. Like, you know, dude, it's, I don't know, dude, the Keith Edwards shit really has been fucking me up, guys. Okay. Watching that shit go on has really been fucking me up because it's reminding me of, it's reminding me of 2016 again. Okay. And it's reminding me of like what we're seeing with people. And dude, I'm grappling with this shit myself, right? Where, you know, somebody talks about AOC running for president and a fear gets kicked up on me. Can a woman win? Can a woman win in America? And now there are like a group of progressive Democrats that just believe that like black women candidates can't win. And so they don't want black women candidates to run. And they're like being open about this. Just, why? Because Kamala Harris like lost, but like, dude, she fucking had 107 days and she overperformed in like every fucking metric. You know what I'm saying? And like, dude, and that's like kicking up in the Democratic Party, man. You know? And like, dude, shit is fucking bothering me, man. Right? It's like, dude. We lift up the founding fathers, overlook racism. Dude, the founding fathers, though, were fucking gross, bro. Progressive liberals voting for Graham Plattner. Dude, don't get me started on Graham Plattner. Do not get me started on that guy, dude. Dude, I just don't like the guy. You know what I'm saying? At least I'm trying. I'm trying, guys. I think one of the reasons why I'm trying to sort this out is I can't see the future, but there is a possibility that I, want to run for office in the future, but like I don't want to run for office if I'm going to just, if I'm going to just entrench a type of invisible racism in our political system. Like somebody, guys, somebody has to see that divide between the well-intentioned, progressive, diversity-loving fucking leftists and how their like desire to, heal the racial wounds in America and to get Medicare for all ends up leaving black people unseen. I took a shot every time I said flummoxed. Dude, you'd probably be hammered. Dude, it's a good word. It's the only word that I know to describe this, right? Max, are you talking about Trump? Right? You know, like, is that what you're talking about? Like, see, the thing is like, you know, there are, yeah, it's like, I don't know. I have a suspicion, okay? I have a suspicion that, you know, that like I'm becoming more suspicious that there's a codependence involved, okay? I really do. I think that there's a codependence involved in this, that I think some like white people that are walking around with hearts that are not like intrinsically racist are codependent in their attempts to heal the racial divide, and their codependence creates a type of denial that does not allow them to see the actual racism that is right in front of them, some of it being perpetrated by themselves. And so they are like living in a world where they're like, I am not a racist. I am working on fixing this, but they're not fixing it. They're making it worse. And they're like the same way that my mom, her love for me was not helping my addiction. It was making it worse because she had a massive codependence. But she did love me. She was operating out of love. But she was massively codependent, and her codependence created a situation where she was more dangerous to me than if she didn't even like me. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. I think it's a codependence. I think some non-racist white people become codependent on trying to like fix racism, and they end up living in a denial where they're like, but I'm not a racist. And it's like, okay, but you're in denial of like all the racism that's around you, you know? And if they admit it was racist, they'd have to admit, oh my God, I am a racist. But like, I don't know if somebody admitting I am a racist is like, I mean, maybe that's the answer, right? Everybody just admitting I am a racist. I don't know. I don't know if that's the answer. Like, you know, I don't know what the answer is. And I don't think other people know what the answer is because what ended up happening is think about this, guys. You know, Malcolm X talked about this in the first civil rights movement. And then we had a black president. And then we had a world where everybody thought we had really done some serious work on combating racism. And then we had BLM and like nationwide movements and Colin Kaepernick and shit. And now we got fucking Donald Trump again. And they're like prosecuting a black journalist with the KKK law. So obviously there are some motherfucking blinders like all over the fucking room, dude. You know what I mean? And like, you know, like, dude, bro, right? It is like, fuck, dude. Like, here we are. And like, but I guess, guys, I am trying to figure out how we reach the non-racist white people that are exacerbating racism around them. And some of them, I think, are even fucking doing anti-racism work, but like because of their codependence, their anti-racism work is like causing more damage than you know what I mean? Like, think about that. Think about people that are like, man, oh, I see the racism. I'm going to go out here and do the anti-racism work. And they're causing more racism because their codependence is got them in a fucking space of denial. Put a spectrum chart in the Discord, right? Like, all right, you know, what is it? A race spectrum? Dude, the Keith Edwards shit is fucking me up, bro. It is. The 8 white identities. What it is? So white supremacists, right? White voyeurism, white privilege, white benefit, white confessional, white critical, white traitor, and white abolitionist. The 8 white identities. See, you know what's hard about this, guys? Here's what's interesting, right? And I mean, dude, we're gonna fucking put a pin in this and come back to this when I can read this. But here's another thing that's hard is I'm sure that there's like a ton of fucking truth in here, right? But you know what the problem is, guys? Is I don't think white people are specifically one of these identities. I think that like, right? You know what I mean? Like how we probably have all of these white identities in every white person. And it's just like, which one is in operation, right? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's like the fucking, like how nobody's just one thing, that you're all of them. Like even, you ready? Like even in like the codependence, right? Like me and Jenny, okay, in our relationship, I am the addict and Jenny is the codependent. And that is the natural order of things, that like an addict will attach themselves to a codependent, but then we switch sometimes. Sometimes she's the addict and I'm the codependent, right? You like change roles because I am an addict and that is my operational functional thing, but I also have a tremendous amount of codependence in there too. And so I shift. In certain environments, I'll be the addict, and in certain environments, I'll be the codependent. But yeah, dude, I want to look at that though, because that looks really interesting. I don't know who that guy is, who 𝗙𝗏𝗄𝗆. I don't know who 𝗙𝗏𝗆 is, but I'm presuming that 𝗙𝗏𝗆 is 𝗙𝗏𝗆 a black man that is like an anti-racism person? Right? Is that who that is? Right? Yeah. He's a black man. Is he a leader in anti-racism world? White people should support them and not be the face of the movement. You're a recovering addict too, and your wife is not codependent. So your wife is an addict? I mean, because everybody's like leans towards one of the two, right? I mean, we all have addict and codependent in us, like a yin and a yang. And so you lean towards one, right? Like, so she definitely leans toward one. But all right, we're gonna move on. I'm sorry that was an explosive fucking you know, like discussion. But like, dude, they're like, I don't know, man. Like I've seen in going back to Bernie in 2016, okay? I have seen a fucking I have seen a significant issue in the left coalition when it comes to like non-racist people that have like people that aren't racist that have some type of blinders to racism on, and they end up with a huge part of our coalition feeling unseen, while simultaneously the people that are creating the situation of the people of color feeling unseen are in their heart of hearts not like actively racist individuals, so they can't even see that they're creating that situation. And then we pick each other apart, man. And like, and fucking dude, it is like, I feel like if we figure out that gap, if we figure out how to speak to those individuals, like the whole planet like changes. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, you know, I mean, maybe all of us white people are in on this. Maybe all of us have a little bit of a stake in this. I don't know. It might just be, somebody said earlier that, oh, all white people are the problem. Maybe to a degree that's true. That maybe all white people really are the problem. That like, that, you know what I'm saying? But like this, you know, sometimes you just see the crux, okay? The crux of stuff. 31 years under your belt in codependency stuff may apply to some, but not everyone. But I mean, maybe, but like, dude, you know, codependent and addiction are like the yin and yang. You know, if you study Buddhism, it's about craving and aversion, right? And that is, you know, it's just a yin and yang, right? It's like every human being grapples with codependence and addiction. All human beings, it's just our natural state. It's like the sine curve of attachment. You know what I mean? So like, you know, that is like, there is no human being on the planet that is not addictive or codependent. At any given time, you go to every single fucking human being on this planet, and they're either operating in some measure of like addiction or codependence. Nobody's free of that, right? It's just their constant state of beings, right? You know what I mean? And like, if you're an addict, your partner is most certainly a codependent. That's how those relationships work. Codependents hook up with addicts, and addicts hook up with codependents. And then you guys, that doesn't mean you're like full blown, like, dude, Jenny is very codependent and I'm very addict, but like, we're not like living in that shit. I'm, you know, in recovery, and she's like got great boundaries, but like those impulses still exist. It's like the same way that like you can be sober for 31 years, but you're still a fucking addict. You might not have an active addiction, but it's not like you're no longer an addict after being sober for 30 years. I think most people of color can tell who is really a racist and who isn't. I would tend to believe that, you know. But all right, we're going to move on, dude. Dude, that was exhausting. As you can see, though, guys, did you see, though, how, right? Did you see how, like, I don't know. Did you see how heated, though? How heated that, like, discussion was, even here in a chat where, like, you know, I mean, think about that, guys. Think about how triggered and edgy and sort of like explosive that discussion we just had in a chat with a bunch of people that are like not racist in their hearts. Okay? You know what I mean? But look at what we just went through here in this chat. Okay? And there's a ton of people in this chat that are not racist in their heart. And yet, like, talking about that, about like, you know, the Malcolm X liberals or racism around us, or whether we can see it, or the codependence of racism is like so explosive, okay? And like, you know what I mean? And like, dude, that's fucking, you're not exhausted or bothered? Yeah. I mean, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. I'm not bothered. I'm like, but I am exhausted. Like, I feel like that was a journey, right? Maybe it's not a journey for you because you see my physical self. I don't see any of you. So I just had a very intense argument with a bunch of words, but I didn't get any of the physical cues of like how you guys are actually responding or how everybody's words are landing on you. I just see words. So I think for me, it's a way different experience, right? And this is one of those things that's really interesting, right? Right? I mean, think about this and how it relates, because all of you in chat, you come in here and we interact every night. But you guys can never truly understand what it feels like to be me, because you guys come in here and you literally have an emotional connection with me night after night. And all I connect with are your words. And like, so there is a fundamental like dissonance, you know, that like, like I get affected by the chat very differently because I don't get to see my words land on you, but you get to see your words land on me. And so there's like a separation there, right? Isn't that wild? Right? And now you have it with the other people in chat, right? You have that same experience with the other people in chat, but you don't have it with me, right? And so it's really interesting how that works, man. Like, it is fucking, dude, it's fascinating, right? Like, not being able to have the experience is like, right? Because it's hard. It is hard when you don't like the thing that anchors you and the thing that lets you know you're safe. You ready for this, guys? The thing that lets you know you're safe are people's facial cues, your safety or unsafety. That's why text messaging is so destructive, right? Because you fire something off, they fire something back, you fire something back, but you guys aren't getting the facial cues from each other. So there's a tendency to feel unsafe because we feel safe by seeing, oh yeah, they're relaxed and not harmful. We're safe, right? And like, or, you know, or they're, oh, I'm not safe right now. And like when you're texting, you don't get those cues. So you're in a perpetual state of like unsafety or whatever it is, you know, dude, it's wild, you know. It is like texting. Yeah, texting is crazy. It's those facial cues, man, are really important. Emojis help. Yeah, emojis do help. But emojis are tough, though, because some people don't know what they mean. I don't know what 90% of the emojis mean, dude. I'm serious. I'm always looking at an emoji, and I'm like, what does that even mean, bro? Right? Dude, they're eating the flies. There are vocal cues. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. And so sometimes for me, guys, is white savior syndrome is a good example of what you're trying to call soft racism. Yeah, I'm sure that's it. White saviorism is like, you know, is some of that, right? Dude. All right. We're gonna table that though. It feels good to have gone on that journey, to have like yelled, and I'm sure people are going to watch this video and I'm going to see some very heated comments in the YouTube comments. There are going to be some people I know that are like, dude, you're a fucking asshole. I just know they're going to watch like 20 minutes of that. They're going to watch the first 10 minutes of this conversation and they're going to go right to the comments and they're going to fucking tell me off. And then they're like, maybe never going to watch me again. Right? Oh shit. Dude, or maybe they'll stick around, dude. But I know I'm expecting there's going to be some comments. Dude, there are some comments sometimes that are like, you know, like people sometimes, I mean, it's hard to gauge, right? Or maybe they'll make me go viral. Maybe, I don't know, but I don't want to go bad viral. Right? I don't want to go bad viral. I don't want to go Hassan viral. Right? Seriously, he's always going viral for like, dude, I got a good heart. I do have a good heart, right? But I'm trying to not like, with my good non-racist heart, I'm not trying to exacerbate more racism. Serious. Dude, it's like, it's hard. It's hard. It is hard in America. It's almost like if you're white in America, you are like advancing racism. I know that sounds shitty for white people, but it is almost that simple, that if you are a white human being in America and you go out into the world and live, you are advancing the gears of racism by your simple existence and participation. You know? That's fucking depressing. It doesn't even matter. Even if you're trying to be anti-racist and you're out there fucking whatever, reading all the books, and you're out there listening to every black leader and doing exactly what they tell you, the minute you show up and the minute you participate, you have advanced the cause of racism, right? That is fucking like, that's almost what it feels like sometimes, dude. like fucking, that's it, right? You know what I mean? I mean, dude, that's like, I don't like that. Dude, you know, it's like, I know, whelp, right? Shit, dude. It's fucked up, bro. I make you want to do better? All right, good. All right, but we got to move on. All right, we're moving on. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Oh my God, dude. Dude, look at this shit, bro. I got to save this, bro. We got to look at this. I mean, just for a minute here. I know we fucking... Look at this shit, dude. Oh my God, bro. Right? Look at that, dude. You ready? Oh. Dude. It is. Oh shit, bro. Right? Look at that. Dude, I think... Dude. She's definitely the best right there, dude. Oh, Lord. That is fucking crazy, boss. All right. All right, dude. All of this started from Trump's fucking thing. You know what I mean? All right, moving on. Dude, we got to move on to Sarah Stock. Okay? You ready? So who is Sarah Stock? I can't play the video for you because Jubilee will fucking copy strike me, but I'm going to show you her picture and you'll remember her. All right, she was on Jubilee and she was this woman that debated Sam Seder. Okay? Remember her? This is Sarah Stock. Okay? She debated Sam Seder on Jubilee and she was like, she is definitely got racism in the heart. Okay. There's no question. She's not somebody who's out there like doing the work and living codependent. She is like racist straight up. Okay. And just, you know, proud of it. Okay. Batshit. Yes. Batshit. So then guys, what ended up, okay, is she became like this right-wing influencer, okay? She did. She became a right-wing influencer. There's an image of her sitting at the table with Sam Seder, okay, whatever. She's like a, you know, is she Canadian? I think she is. She reminds me a little bit of Erica Kirk. She does. She has that Erica Kirkness to her, right? You know what I'm saying? I think that white beauty pageant sort of girl, right? But kind of corn pone, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like you look at Erica Kirk, and Erica Kirk is not like model pretty. She's corn pone, okay? And Sarah Stock is definitely corn pone. They're like those. That's just what I call it. It's like they're those Midwestern girls that like if you take them to New York City, you take them to LA where all the models are and they're not pretty anymore, but you take them to Nebraska and they're like, oh, you're so pretty. Right? Corn pone, dude. But they're like doing beauty pageants in the Midwest. And then because they win a beauty pageant in the Midwest, they go to New York or LA to be models. And then they never have a chance at actually becoming models because once they get where the models are, they're just corn pone. Okay. They were pretty by relativity of, you know, being in the backwoods, right? When everyone in the room has no teeth, people are like, God damn, you're so pretty. Dude, dude, corn pone, not corn porn, corn pone. All right, it's corn pone. It's a type of food. Okay, corn pone is a type of food. Just Google it. Google corn pone. All right, it's if you lived in Nebraska or whatever, right? You would know. But anyway, so that's like Sarah Stock is one of those girls. Okay, but now guys, she became like a right-wing influencer after this. Okay, as they always do. Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but this is kind of like a new pathway. Okay, like a new pathway that exists now in the Donald Trump like world, is that you come out and you be outright racist and then you get $1 million give, send, go. Or like that Lily woman who said the N-word on TikTok, and then all of a sudden she's, now she's making content with fucking Sneeko and all these idiots. Okay? That you like now, if you're an open racist in America, you get plugged into the right wing and you instantly become a right wing influencer. And then you deny the whole time that you're racist. That's how it works. You come out, hey, you announce yourself, hey, I'm totally racist. And then they're like, oh, welcome to being an influencer. And then once you become an influencer, you're like, I'm not racist. What are you talking about? You're racist. The Democrats are racist. DEI is racist. Right? Dude, like, what the fuck, bro? But anyway, so this racist corn pone girl, Sarah Stock, she's very religious, okay? And all of these guys, Elijah Schaffer, okay? If we look at Elijah Schaffer, he's religious, okay? He is, right, here he is, Rift TV, okay? This is Rift TV, independent journalism, it says, okay? It's right-wing bullshit fucking TV, okay? So there's the YouTube channel for Rift TV, okay? I mean, look at this, why we have weak men, right? All of this shit is like typical right-wing chud stuff, okay? Right? You know what I'm saying? Dude, and look at this. Alex Peretti caught attacking ICE. Dude, he doesn't even have the name spelled right. Dude, it's Alex Peretti, right? I mean, look at these ignorant fools, dude. Right? Alex Peretti, but the thing about them though, you ready for this though? One for the road is I disagree with you, One for the road, because the thing is these people are religious, okay? They are religious. It's just their religion is toxic, but they are religious, okay? They definitely pray to their God and they definitely like read their Bible and they go through those things and they gather with other people that are religious in the way they are, but they believe their religion, they believe they're table flippers, okay? They believe they're emulating Jesus. They just have somehow like pulled out of the Bible that Jesus said they're supposed to beat up the enemy, right? They're supposed to, right, spare the rod, spoil the child. They think, right? It's like the Bible can be fucking interpreted in so many ways, right? Like if you take somebody who hits their kid who's religious, they say spare the rod, spoil the child. So for them, they're not supposed to not hit their kids. They're supposed to use the rod to make sure their kid's not spoiled. But like, if you look at an actual shepherd, he's got a big rod, but he doesn't beat the shit out of the sheep. He just gently guides them with it. He like dances with them with the rod. And he's like a ballet dancer while he's navigating the sheep. He never fucking is taking a swing at them, but they interpret it because they want to hit their kids. And so they've used the Bible to buttress what they want to do. And maybe that's it, guys. Maybe I just accidentally landed on it. Right? Instead of them doing what Christianity says they should do, they use Christianity to defend doing what they want to do. Right? That's what it is, isn't it? They want to do this thing and they take the divine book and the divine God, and they use that as the power to do what they want. Okay, so they've perverted Christianity into this selfish thing of their mindset and what their little group wants to do, and they just take the Bible and they fucking, right? It's Mini Dabs. Oh, yeah, Michelle Butner. Yes, Mini Dabs. I recognize you. How are you doing? Right? And so, all right, but anyway, they regardless, they still are Christian passing, okay? And what do I mean by that? What do I mean by that is that society generally recognizes them as Christians, and society affords them a lot of protections, okay? These fuckers, okay? Where like they continually get out of jams, they're continually treated in many spaces like they're moral people, they're fine moral people. The media still says family values and law and order, and oh, they're worried about the economy and all this. And society recognizes them as like good Christian moral people, okay? Society gives them a pass, all right? But like, dude, scandalous. What's about to happen here is absolute scandalous. So Milo comes out, okay? And you ready? Milo comes out and unearths this, because in a nutshell, guys, okay, in a nutshell, what we're looking at is Sarah Stock, the Christian, whatever, religious right-wing influencer, has been having an affair with Elijah Schaffer, another Christian right-wing influencer, okay? Meanwhile, she's engaged to a guy. Pretty sure Elijah got her pregnant. Pretty sure she had an abortion, okay? Multiple pregnancy scares. I think she had an abortion. She told her fiance she's a virgin. They got married. The Pope blessed it. She ain't a virgin. Now the affair has come out. Now this thing is exploding, that all of these guys are frauds, again, like for the umpteenth time. And now we're finding out that maybe Elijah is a little bit of Benny Johnson too, that he's a bit of a swinger. And Milo is unearthing all this shit, and all of their lives are about to just explode and like a fiery train wreck. A fiery plane just speeding down at the ground at hundreds of miles per hour. Isn't that wild? Dude, yeah. I mean, guys, I have many issues with Milo, but I love what he does here. But you ready? Let's watch his tweets. He says, I'm in touch with Elijah. I told him to get off the internet for a couple weeks and go to rehab. It's better for everyone to just rip the Band-Aid off. So I'll share with you over the next few hours the info doing the rounds in private, or at least what I've been able to confirm. Says, I've seen a dossier somebody's putting together. Everything is coming out. My advice is to check yourself into a facility sooner rather than later. So Milo is talking to Elijah. There may be a life for you after this, but it's going to depend on being totally honest about all the details. And it's going to require sympathy. As far as I can see, drug addiction is the only card you have left to play. Dude, look at this, guys. I mean, look at how drug addiction's your play, right? Oh, Jesus. If I were you, I would go out of my way to be generous and decent with the wife and kids. This cross-filing in other states for divorce is insultingly childish and stupid. Observers will be asking, haven't you put this poor bitch through enough? Dude, the investors don't matter. If they met you and still wrote you a check, that's on them. I'm sure it will be a while before you're ready to start putting your life back together. But when you are, I will help you. Guys, they're so dirty, right? I've been trying to signal to you for the past year or so we cut the bullshit. I was hoping everybody would avoid this. Right? You may be you may wish to be offline for the next week or two. And he says, what do you mean cease and desisting people right now? But I got my car back, so that's good. And Milo says, are you stupid? Dude, But like, it is Bannon advising Epstein. But dude, Elijah is in the center of this thing being like, what do you mean? I'm like cease and desisting. I'm going to make this go away. What do you mean? Wait, just seeing the top of this. Hey man, I'm going through some tough things. Can you help me here? What dossier? Dude, he didn't even read the part. He's like, I'm cease and desisting. He said, your tweets have been so erratic and saying that people are asking if you killed your family. There's a dossier being circulated that reveals all the details about Riff's collapse, your drinking and substance abuse, the affair with Sarah Stock, treatment of your wife, sexual habits and perversions, alleged prostitution, your wife filing for divorce, and then you filing back in a different state so you can make out that you dumped her. It is safe to assume that everything about your life is about to hit the internet. Bro, start again at the beginning of my text. Now that you know this, dude, he truly does have the confidence of the most mediocre of white men. You won't take it, but my very strong advice is that you get off the internet for 2 weeks and check into rehab and be very, very fucking nice to your wife. Whether or not you have a professional future at all depends on it. Nobody believes this horseshit you're posting about your car. You got away with being a maniac for a while, but the bill is now due. You are a very poor liar. It is not your forte. You should find another profession, one in which you only need the truth. I mean, guys, as much as I can't stand Milo, I really appreciate his, like, he does bring a level of honesty that is, at times, I mean, he's got a lot of other dishonesty, but there are times where he just brings a level of honesty that, like, yeah, that's really it, right? If your husband, and then look at this, and then he goes to Sarah and says, if your husband doesn't know, now is the time. I understand that you won't see it like this for a long time, but as you can see from the above, it is better for everyone that things come out in one burst today instead of metastasizing over weeks. Don't let him find out from somebody else. So then I think he sent screenshots of the whole conversation to Sarah and said, look, your life is about to explode. You should probably tell your husband. That, like, or, right? This shit is about to blow. So, dude, okay? And then he said, let's start with Sarah. Okay, you ready? So now here's what it is. So, first off, let's find the date of, when was the date of Sam Seder, Sarah Stock, Jubilee? What date? So, all right. So the Jubilee episode, okay, was March 9th of 2025. Look at this, though. You ready, guys? Look at what we got here. Hold on. Let me pull this. We're going to pull Milo over here. So Sarah and Elijah, okay? Sarah and Elijah started their affair in February. Now, we don't know when they filmed the Jubilee, right? I don't know how, right, that was the release date. So the crazy thing is she had started this affair right around the time she got famous. That's wild, dude, that she started an affair. So her entire influencer career, as an influencer, as a right-wing spokesperson, has been while she was living a lie. Think about that, guys. She was in an affair the whole time. She was talking about her beautiful fiance, about how she's getting married. I'm a Christian. I'm a right-wing. I'm family values. I'm a trad wife. The entire time she was fucking cheating on him. That's crazy. Her entire influencer persona, completely from beginning to end, was a fraud, was her living a lie. I mean, that is like, dude, Benny Johnson. I mean, we could just list them. We could go down Benny Johnson, Dave Rubin. You could like list them all. Tim Pool, they're all frauds. Okay. So in February 2025, Sarah Stock and Elijah Schaffer began sleeping together. The affair ended the day she got engaged, 6 months later, okay, during the summer. In that time, they experienced multiple pregnancy scares. It is alleged by one former acquaintance that Sarah got at least one abortion. Ouch. Dude, again, could this be a pro-lifer that is getting abortions? Happens all the time, guys, okay? Dude, like Ken Paxton, anyone? Hello? Wasn't it Paxton? Didn't Paxton do that? Dude, there was another rep in Texas who was paying for abortions for his mistress. Did Paxton? I think he did. Dude. Okay, so there is no there's no definitive evidence on Ken Paxton, but anyway, you know what I'm talking about. All right? So Stock and Schaffer had sex on the day they met at the CPAC conference, but here's where it gets crazy, guys. In recordings of Stock confessing the affair, she claims large amounts of alcohol were involved. They told each other they love one another. Elijah told him he was thinking of leaving his wife for her. So there's an implication here that he got her drunk. Stock's husband met Schaffer many times, but did not know about their sexual relationship when he proposed. In this recording, Stock can be heard admitting to the affair, adding that she does not plan to tell her husband about it. Okay?
Take any accountability at all because, like, it obviously was my fault too. It happened between us, but even that was like not like, I don't know. I felt like it was like he got me like very intoxicated. Like I don't even like remember most of it, and I was even like thinking back because it was like at CPAC the 2 nights. You're there, and the second night I was like breaking out in like a rash, and so he's like, oh, like get some Benadryl, it'll help with the rash. And like now I'm thinking back, and it's like that's probably why I like blacked out, because he like intentionally gave me Benadryl and like fed me a bunch of shots and stuff, and like obviously it's like stupid on my part to like go along with that, you know, but at the same time it's like he obviously like knew what he was doing.
So he had it in his mind. Benadryl, what? Like, does that just make it increases like the toxicity or something? Like, gets you really screwed up?
Like mixing like a drug like that with alcohol.
When was what was this? CPAC?
That was when I very first met him in February.
Where was CPAC? I don't even remember this.
In DC.
Oh, that was in DC. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Benadryl for a breakout? Yeah. Okay. That's crazy. Yeah, he's I know how.
Once again, like I'm saying, like I'm not saying I don't like have any fault in that. Like it like definitely like ate me up for like a long time.
Yeah.
I feel very bad about it still.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Damn. Yeah, that's it's tough, and I mean, I don't know how you feel about the guy now, but it's like it's probably worse that you like the more that you learn about him and know who he really is, it probably makes the whole thing worse a little bit.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. What is?
I mean, I just don't want anything to do with him. Like,
I get you. I totally get you. What did he say about his family? Like, because obviously he has like a family and kids. What was his excuse with that though? Like, how would he justify that?
he was like, oh, my wife doesn't care. She lets me run free or whatever. She doesn't care as long as, because I like take such good care of her, and she just lets me be a man and like do what I want and blah blah blah. Like,
really?
he was like saying that stuff. Yeah.
Says like the wife doesn't care. Wow.
Yeah.
So he has an open relationship, huh? That's crazy.
Which, I mean...
Did
like,
you ever
after,
question
like,
that,
so
or
long,
like...
I was like, that's definitely not... Like, I, like, realized that's not true.
Right.
But, also, like, at the time, like, it seemed like... I don't know, just, like, the way he acted and everyone acted around him, the things he would say around girls, it almost, like, seemed like that was true. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
and, like, obviously, like, I deeply regret that, but also, like, I'm not a slut. Like, I mean, that's, like, a horrible thing, but it's not like I really am, like, sleeping around or have been, so.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to defend yourself.
It's kind of, yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, it's kind of just, like, not even true for, like, anyone who knows me, so.
Yeah, I mean, you just had a fling with Elijah, and that's, I don't know, I guess he got upset about it, and he's just exaggerating, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
did you, I guess you're not going to tell anyone, huh? Or, I guess I was going to ask, like, would you tell your husband? I guess this is before your husband, right?
Yeah, no, we weren't engaged,
Oh, okay.
but no, I'm not telling anyone.
Yeah. Okay.
And, like, I was, like I said, like, very intoxicated.
Well,
So,
he said, like, it was a couple times, like, you were traveling around and, like, maybe in D.C. and New York and stuff like that. I'm not trying to.
no.
All right, so I mean, there's a lot to unpack there, okay? Because she is like downplaying, oh, I'm not a slut. It only happened once, right? He got me drunk. He gave me Benadryl, but I also had some responsibility. So she wasn't like flat out, oh, sorry, guys. So she wasn't flat out like saying, oh, he drugged me. That would be a crazy accusation. Yeah, sorry, guys. I am sorry. Your volume was jacked up, and I came in hot, too. My apologies. My apologies. Hey, everybody, your animals are awake now. I'm sorry if the baby is screaming. I apologize. But so, yeah, but their affair went on for a while. It was not just that one night. It was a long period of time. I think many, many people know about this. Okay. Now, Stock alleges that Schaefer got me like very intoxicated and that she does not remember all the events of the evening. She adds he gave her Benadryl ostensibly for a rash, but perhaps also to get her further intoxicated. She drank a bunch of shots. She blacked out. Schaefer constantly questioned Stock's faith at the time, as or so several former employees allege. He was saying she was masquerading as an Orthodox Christian, himself wearing oversized religious jewelry. When he met Stock's husband, he kissed him on the forehead like a priest. Yeah, what rash? I mean, dude, this story is feeling pretty thin, bro. Like don't go too far out on the ice. You are going to end up submerged. All right. Elijah Schaefer's affair with Sarah Stock will come as a surprise to some observers, many of whom are convinced that Schaefer is, or at least was, gay. Others regard him as a cookie-cutter drunken womanizer. Both groups are correct. So now Milo just outed him again, okay, that Milo outed another person that right? Milo outed another person that they're gay operating. And he says he's gay and a womanizer. And no, nobody would be giving anyone Benadryl for herpes, guys. That would be like more a 𝗙cie𝗶𝗏 adventure, okay? You're not going to take Benadryl for herpes, right? Benadryl's allergy medication, right? That is like, I don't even know why. I guess if you got a rash from eating like a pepper, you're allergic to peppers or something. Schaefer says he had a twink phase before he got married, okay? And this period seems to coincide with Schaefer's time as a youth pastor, right? A little known fact about Schaefer is that he attended church with and grew up around Benny Johnson, at whose house Schaefer attended sleepovers while they both attended Calvary Chapel. Schaefer left the church in a hurry when he was discovered having sex with another man. Despite his own past, one of Schaefer's favorite subjects is Nick Fuentes' homosexuality, a subject Schaefer returns to again and again, according to Sarah Stock, who comments in this second recording on how much shit Elijah talks about Fuentes in private. Do we want to listen to this one? Do we want to listen, or do we want to keep reading? What do you think? Should we listen? It's 6 minutes. It's a long one. Oh. Keep reading? All right. Speed it up a bit. Oh. Listen. Your ears, please read. Dude. Yeah, I feel like I don't know if I'm going to need any of it for the video, though. Like, you know, that's the thing that's hard, right? That's the thing that is challenging for it. But, all right, well, we'll keep reading, and then maybe we'll come back. Because, I mean, this is about Schaefer. I don't think it's about the affair necessarily, right? Let me just hear.
Nick for clout while bringing on one of his.
Yeah, it's basically just talking about Schaefer and Nick Fuentes, which I don't think is important. I don't really care what like this, I think, is Milo just trying to stir more drama in the MAGA movement, which I'm fine. Good job, Milo. I love that he's fracturing MAGA, but I don't think it's necessary to the story. All right. And it's Milo says there are too many examples of outrageous hypocrisy to list, but here's the kind of thing Stock was posting online while she was near weekly and for 6 months cheating on her boyfriend with Elijah Schaefer. It is not known whether she insisted her husband wait for marriage. So look at this. So she converts to Catholicism, okay? And this is in April. All right. At this point, she's been having an affair with Elijah Schaefer for 2 months. Okay. She is converting to Catholicism in order to, I presume, marry her husband, her boyfriend, for her relationship. Right. And look at her with her flowers. But dude, she's committing adultery while she does this. Okay. He says that's not quite true. We do know if she made him wait, she did, because Sarah Stock's husband believed he was marrying a virgin. Okay? So she told him she was a virgin. She converted to Catholicism. She was posting on social media about how much she loves her man and her perfect Christian family values life. Ooh, I'm the devout Catholic trad wife, because she was very much a pro-trad wife sentiment. And the whole time she's committing adultery with a married dude, a bisexual married dude that supposedly is a druggie and a partier as well. And she's like getting blackout drunk while she's doing this shit. Like, yikes. Dude, why are so many of these people debased? That's just it, guys. I believe that the entire MAGA movement is shame. It is. It is people with terrible morals that are terrible people that do terrible things. They are like abusive, and they have pervasive perversions in their behavior, where they have outrageous sexual proclivities, a lot of lust and desire. They're addicts. They're all kinds of shit, but they don't admit any of it. So they are living in a constant shame cycle of like engaging in all of these illicit behaviors and then judging themselves and shaming themselves. And then they take all that energy out on the LGBTQ and people of color and immigrants and Democrats. And then they use the religion, your demons. They start like at the pulpit, right? They are so toxic. They are, if you look at every single like crazy over the top anti-whatever activist is living in some type of shame spiral where it is their own personal shame and shit that is causing them, that is fueling their finger wagging. Always. because they are depraved, and so they judge everyone else's sexuality, right? They feel like they are depraved, right? They feel it. I mean, in actuality, there's nothing wrong if you want to have a lot of sex, even if it's kinky. If it's consenting adults, no one fucking cares. Like, you can fucking fuck whomever you want. Nobody gives a shit about that. But they do. They judge it all through the lens of their religion, and then they fucking expel all that negativity and their own self-hatred onto the groups they target. Yeah, massive projection, okay? Massive projection, right? They judge themselves and shame themselves, and then they go on the warpath, okay? So this is crazy, though. What we don't know is how she explained not being intact on the big night. All right, vigorous horseback riding, right, yada, yada, yada. Elijah Schaffer's drinking, drug taking, and extramarital affairs have been relentless for the duration of his marriage, a union hastily arranged once he decided to pursue a conservative media career. One thing hasn't changed from his days as a youth pastor. He's still like shoving things up his bum. Okay, now he's going into some sort of pegging rant that we don't need to talk about. And some electric dildo stuff. Dude, like Milo, what is he doing here, bro? Oh my God. Okay, it says Schaffer is on a cocktail of both illegal and prescription drugs. He has been blacking out from excessive alcohol consumption and you know, as he confesses in a third recording. So here's a recording of Elijah.
I'll just say this. I can't make you admit anything, say anything, but I will admit that I am playing a role in this, and that I am that it is immature and that it should be dealt with differently. And I will also admit, outside of work, that my personal life, I'm having a hard time. And I'm trying to like figure it out. But obviously, I am stressed, and I'm not dealing with it the way I should be, and I'm not. And it's not always that I'm up till 12. Like, oftentimes, it's the same thing. If I don't drink, then I can't sleep. I can't sleep more than an hour. I'm tossing. I fall asleep at 6, and it's like, it may look like I was drinking the same thing or not. Do I drink sometimes? Yeah, and too much? Absolutely. I consider myself more of like having a binge problem. Or even if it is only a couple times in a week, it's like, yeah, I'll black out or whatever, and so that is problematic. And I'll just say this. I can't make you admit anything.
Bring that volume back down. So I'm coming out. So yeah, he's like, oh, I'm not dealing with this shit well, whatever. I'm stressed. All right. I mean, you're blacking out, dude. Go to AA, whatever. But I mean, it happens. We get in there. But here, Milo says, out of respect for Schaffer's soon-to-be ex-wife and for the sake of his children, I'm not reproducing messages between the Schaffers. Suffice it to say that Elijah's conduct as husband and father has been derelict, frightening, and neglectful in the extreme. After years of infidelity, insensible drunken rants, abuse, and even being falsely implicated in felonies, Schaffer's wife filed for divorce in January. Worried about his manly public image, he filed in Florida so he could pretend he had instigated the divorce. So isn't that crazy? So his wife, after all this, guys, this is where you know this Schaffer guy is lying and he is a degenerate, because he committed this behavior for 6 months with Sarah Stock. He's been having affairs the whole marriage for years with men and women. He's drinking and blacking out and got all these issues. His wife files for divorce, and then he goes to a different state and files for divorce, and trying to make it seem like, no, I'm divorcing her, right? Dude, that is a scumbag move. Okay? And now he also said how he's like cease and desisting people. So his plan of attack is to start another divorce proceeding to cover his image, and then simultaneously try to threaten people with legal action if they talk about this. So yeah, so he is a fucking demon, this guy, okay? He is a demon. Schaffer faces a messy divorce made more difficult because he is broke He raised money for Rift TV, but that money is already gone, as are the staff. Rift TV is insolvent, so his company is going to bankruptcy. He's broke, right? Oh, shit, dude. As I write to you, dozens of stories about his private MO are flooding in. They're all the same. Aggressive SA, profligate spending, vast quantities of drugs and alcohol, and at the end of the night, a foreign object in his butt. Okay? Dude, Jesus, bro. Dude, Milo is just a savage, dude. Dude, you know right now who is like happy as a clam, right? Benny Johnson. Tell me Benny Johnson right now isn't like sitting down with his wife being, honey, the spotlight is going to be off of us for like 6 months, dude. Dude, Benny is like, baby, Nurse Kate, let me just tell you, honey, we just got a reprieve. Nobody is going to be talking about us. Dude, no, I think we need to get on. We need to bring this into the Benny world. Okay? We need to let Benny know, Benny, you're not getting off. I know you think this is going to take the heat off of you, but we're going to fuse the two together. Dude, he's thinking, oh shit, they're all focusing on Elijah and Sarah now. All right. So here's somebody with an Elijah story saying they had an event that hosted. He went out drinking with the attendees. He flirted with college girls. He was very drunk, briefly FaceTimed his wife. The next girl, somebody said he put his hands in her pants when she said no. Okay. She pushed back, said no. Eventually he stopped. She didn't want to make a big deal about it. And Elijah claimed something, blah, blah, blah. So there are more claims of women coming forward and saying that he's like, not taking no for an answer. Okay. And then later today, Milo says he'll share what it's like to work for fucking Rift and how Elijah Schaffer was vindictive, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. The workplace. But there you go. So that's a crazy story, okay? Crazy story about, again, guys, again, it is, more right-wing, trad wife, Christian, Catholic culture people, the party of family values being total effing degenerates. Absolutely just complete and total degenerates, okay? And now, you know what's crazy about this? Here's the crazy shit is like Matt Walsh could be visiting hookers or some shit. We don't know. Like, that's just it. These people always do this, and it's not like they give off any clues. Nobody had any clues. This woman was getting married to a guy that she's like telling him she's a virgin and shit, You know what I'm saying? So, and now look at Elijah, though. Elijah goes off, and look at what he says. He's now going on his religious thing. He says, what's done in darkness will be shown in the light. I honestly gave my life to God a few months ago. We've all done things we know we shouldn't be doing. Publicly stone me. You won't make me hate myself for what I repented of. Expose it all. It's healing to me. Post my dick even. Like, look at him, though, dude. He's saying, though, like, oh, I have the righteousness of the Lord. And guys, this is what I'm talking about. This is why religion is so inherently toxic. Why these sociopaths flock to it. Because they use the religion to absolve themselves. They go in and they commit the craziest sins, and then they wash their hands in the bowl of religion, and they're like, I have been forgiven. And you can't convince them of anything because they're like living in the spirit of the Lord. And dude, Christianity allows this because this happens all the time. Russell Brand, Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump didn't even repent anything, and he gets it. But dude, a million rapists. Dude, Nicki fucking Minaj is doing this shit right now. Right? Sin, pray, right? Sin, repent, repeat. 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 Dude. Right? I'm being canceled. Oh, now he's blaming it on the Jews, right? He's being canceled by Milo. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. I won't let the people blackmailing me during my FBI lawsuit have power. I don't negotiate with terrorists. God be my judge. And then he thanks a number of people. I got mad, Aura. Be mad. They will not get away with this. They will. Right? Game on. Okay? And then he says, thank you, Milo, for making me famous. And he goes on to insult him. I hate sharks. I have a dick and it works. Everyone could go cry about it. Yeah, very Christian, this guy right here. That's the light of the Lord right there. I'm taking applications for podcast appearances. I'll release the info there. Shopping, right? Bloody, blah. Okay, so that's his big thing, dude. Posting a picture of the Matrix, like, that's gross, bro. Isn't that gross? He's so gross. But look at Sarah Stock, dude. Dude, she nuked her shit. Okay? Sarah Stock has gone the other route. Okay? Right? Dude, look at this shit. Right? This is like, look at this. This is somebody, right? Thanksgiving 2015, I was a girlfriend. Thanksgiving 2024, I'm still a girlfriend. I don't know what this means. But like Sarah Stock tweeted, most men will do whatever they can get away with. That's why there's the old saying about a cow and free milk. She's giving out wife privileges on a girlfriend's salary. Why would he propose? So look at that. Oh, I see. So this woman is saying she's with a guy and she's not getting married. Okay. They've been together for 9 years and she's still a girlfriend. She's not going to get married. And Sarah's like, how dare you like be a girlfriend and have premarital sex, right? Meanwhile, she's having the huge affair, dude. Isn't that insane? She is judging her while simultaneously living an affair. And shortly after this, she deletes her social media. Okay. Her last post was, a lot of what is said about me is completely untrue. That being said, there are mistakes / unwise decisions I have made that I deeply regret. I apologize to everyone who has been scandalized by this. Please pray. Logging off now. Okay. Christ is King. America first. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. But I've made a few mistakes. I'm deleting my social media. Dude. Oh my God. Did she delete her YouTube? I wonder if she did. Let's go to the YouTubes. Okay. And see if we can find Sarah Stock. Dude, Pearl's getting in on this. Dude, Pearl is going to be harsh. She deserves no sympathy. Pearl is attacking the woman, of course. Dude, Pearl is on this like stink on shit, bro. I think she may have nuked her YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, dude, she nuked her YouTube. Dude, she nuked it all, bro. Shit. Be best. Dude, yeah, isn't it funny, though, that Pearl's going to get on there, and she is most certainly going to defend the drunken, drug-using, Benadryl dishing, like, guy cheating on his wife, and she is going to hold the women responsible, right? Pearl's going to get in there. And she's like, oh my God, I can finally get out from under the shadow of 𝗙𝗪𝗏 I got a woman to eviscerate for having an affair. Oh my God, dude. Dude, Pearl is brutal. All right. So yeah, so there she is, right? Look at that. This was, last year while she was having an affair. Okay. Catholic trad wife Sarah Stock cheated on her boyfriend, had sex with a married man for 6 months. She did not have sex with her boyfriend because she told him she's a virgin, was saving her virginity for marriage. Unsurprisingly, this total filthy degenerate is also anti-India, so she's also racist. But look at what she says. She says, today I became a Catholic, baptized, confirmed, received my first communion, all on the same Easter. Vigil night, Ave Christus Rex. I'm so happy to be home. Look at her, dude. Look at her. Isn't that crazy? She's like smiling with the flowers, but this whole thing is a lie, dude. Like she's living an absolute lie. Okay? Look at her, dude, living an absolute lie. There she is. Right? And that's just it, guys. This is Sarah Stock. This is 𝗙𝗪𝗏, right? This is what's her name? The one who Morgan Ariel, although Morgan Ariel was this and then changed. But the fact of the matter is these trad wife Christian influencers are like degenerates. They are absolutely like having affairs, like sexually sleeping around, hooking up, sometimes hooking up in public with people they don't even know. They're getting hammered. They're blacking out. They're engaging in all manner of destructive behavior. They're getting abortions. They're whatever. Meanwhile, they're out there doing their shit, pretending they are chaste and wild. And I mean, Erica Kirk, we don't know. There's a lot of suspicion about Erica Kirk. We could do a whole video on that, guys. But there's a whole Erica Kirk thing of her having dated one of Charlie's friends and like, the whole, her marriage to Charlie being like a riding an escalator into more power kind of thing. But like, meanwhile, she like may have been hooking up with a lot of people. And maybe we have this JD Vance thing going on, right? I mean, dude, it's pretty wild. It is crazy though. But dude, what a crash though. Isn't that? And now though, guys, what's wild is the entire MAGA movement is like now it just becomes a who else, right? Because how many of these scandals have we had in the last couple of years, right? I mean, we have 𝗙𝗪𝗏 getting fingered at a TPUSA event. We have articles being written about Turning Point USA events being just alcoholic frenzies of sex and drugs. We have Benny Johnson being outed, promising he's going to sue. He's never sued. He's never going to sue because he is gay AF. Okay, his wife, Nurse Kate, is a swinger. Everybody knows this. She's not suing. They just block you on social media if you call them out for it, right? We have Sarah Stock committing affairs. We have Elijah committing affairs and gay sex. We have Steven Crowder having countless fucking affairs and presumed, gay interactions and of course being an abusive prick, right? You know what I mean? I mean, dude, the line is endless of these people, right? And then, I mean, you can go up into other evangelical people in the administration. You have Kristi Noem having adulterous sex with her chief of staff, Corey Lewandowski, who is also well known as getting drunk and being abusive. You have Donald Trump, of course, the grab him by the pussy guy himself, being totally abusive and an Epstein best friend and a grapist multiple times, right? You have Pete Hegseth graping a woman at a Republican convention, putting her under NDA. I mean, dude, RFK Jr., dude, you know, fucking, you know, Clarence Thomas, Brett Kavanaugh, like the list just goes on. And that's before the grinder, you know, Lindsey Graham, Mike Johnson. I mean, dude, it is just endless. You know, Tim Burchett, an endless line of closeted gay men or men and women having, you know, crazy amounts of sex and doing a lot of drugs and coming apart at the seams while simultaneously calling every LGBTQ person or every Democrat like a groomer, right? Dude, that's where we're at, guys. That is where we are at. MAGA just crashing out. And at the end of the day, though, guys, these people, all of these MAGA people, they're all liars. Every single one of them are liars. Yeah, Nancy Mace with her lies about the alcoholism and the hemochromatosis and I can't eat beef. And then a minute later, she's making a video. All we did was eat red meat all weekend, right? Dude, they're liars, right? This whole MAGA movement are liars, dude. Dude, isn't that crazy? Dude, trad wife influencer Sarah Stock vanishes after affair scandal. Oh my God, look at this. Sarah Stock, known for her trad wife persona and Catholic purity advocacy, has pulled back from public life following allegations of a 6-month affair with married boss. Oh my God, dude, did she work? No way, dude, did she work for Rift? Oh my God, she did. No way. It's, dude, it was her boss. Bro. Oh my God, dude. The stories they don't want you to read. Isn't that funny? Oh my God. Isn't that insane? Dude. It's like, dude, it can't get any worse. She's covered all bases. She's cheating, home wrecking. It's her boss. She's like blacking out. She's not being pure. She's lying to her fiance about being a virgin, right? Dude, she's literally covered every single base. Okay? Every single base, dude. Wow. Wow. Dude, that's crazy. Dude, look at this, right? Right? This is how easy it is to be a top 10% women, right? The left-wing academics are bad, right? Dear atheists, if you hate Christianity, stop celebrating our holidays. The real threat is India, right? The gay lifestyle is anything but normal, but the fucking your boss who's bisexual secretly while being married and hiding all this while having abortions. That's the real normal. Dude, I know all the holidays are pagan. There's not a single holiday that's Christian. They're all pagan. The Christians stole their holidays. Dude, isn't that wild? But Rift is bankrupt. Oh my God, dude. Dude, it couldn't happen to better people, guys. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Okay. And it says that the scandal erupts with audio clips from Milo, right? Overlapping with her engagement to 𝗲𝗎𝗪𝗀, who she recently married. She briefly apologized and then she nuked all her accounts. And she said she's done with politics and influencing. Dude, she's just done, guys. She tapped out. She's going to try to disappear. Oh, man. Dude, this is amazing. This is AI, dude. Dude, now they're AI videoing. Okay? That is definitely an AI image. Oh, shit, bro. An image of Sarah Stock crying has surfaced. Right? Oh, Dude, Sarah Stock announces her retirement from public life. Oh my God. Dude, the trad Christian family man who was exposed for chronic cheating on his modest, submissive trad wife at home responds with, sorry, my dick works. I've got aura. Dude, this is their people. Dude. Oh, shit, bro. Dude, stocks are down, guys. The stock market is down. Dude. Dude, right? Hey, let's draw that find out line. Here we go. Like, here it is, guys. There we go, dude. The fuck around. You got the find out, and that's right there is where we're at. Oh, man, dude. That is so funny. Dude, I love it. He's got like 7 circles. Let's bring this out to the 10, bro. Oh, man, dude. Dude. Oh, that just kills me. Oh, that just kills me, dude. Oh, my God, bro. Oh, Jesus. Dude, that is funny, boss. Right? Dude. Oh, man, bro. Dude, what a fucking day, bro. And apparently this is a couple days ago. This is now like hitting the news wire. Oh, man. All right. That was entertaining. But again, I think, guys, I think the thing we have to remember here is that all of these people are frauds. Every single one of these guys are just absolute, like, total end all be all frauds. Okay? They are 100% like frauds. And so, I mean, we have to do some work here, guys. We have to do some type of, like, I don't know how we do this because the media is not helping us, and they obviously they have their own media, but we have to do some type of thing where we just don't let them control that media narrative anymore, right? And you know what I'm talking about, like family values, right? Law and order, you know, the peace president, right? I mean, or the economy. It's all bullshit, okay? It is all bullshit. They worship money, they worship power, and they worship having enough power to, like, tell everybody else that we are, like, you know what I'm saying? That we are like dirt or we are demons. You know what I'm saying? Like we have to pull the plug. Yeah, they have no morals, guys. Zero morals. None. Okay, none. Isn't that wild? Dude, that shit is crazy. All right. So, I mean, dude, we have 𝗙șcă 𝗙𝗍𝗪. I'll be honest, guys. We're already like almost 4 hours in. Like I don't think we have the bandwidth. I don't have the bandwidth right now. And plus, I feel like these are I have major videos already set up for tomorrow. So I think we may have to bounce 𝗙șcă till tomorrow and come at this with a clean palate. Because I'll be honest, guys, after our like wild discussions about racism and shit, which I think were productive and I think they're good, and I think we do need to sort out some shit that, I don't know, maybe we're going to have to take this Jasmine Crockett Tallarico primary and we're going to have to figure out some stuff. But I don't think I can hold space for 𝗙șcă right now after like, you know, having that deep convo, and then, you know, the Sarah Stock was a good palate cleaner. But I feel like this story needs a type of respect and openness that, like, you know, I mean, the only thing I can do right now is comedy, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I can blast people with comedy, but I don't think I can hold space for her. And this is a serious story here. Okay. This is because you may not remember her. Okay. But like, let me see if I can find it. She was mentioned way back when, guys. Okay. Remember, it was Trump 50. He fell for a London model when she was 20, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗀. And he started flying her to Mar-a-Lago, and he started trying to have sex with her, right? And she was an Epstein girl, and there was a whole thing of, right? If you look at her, there was a whole thing of her in the subject in the tabloids. Okay, let me see. Way back then, remember this? We looked at this, guys, right? How sweet. Trump's Brit of all right, right? She was like a model on the scene, and Trump heavily pursued her. And like, but she was an Epstein girl, man. And Trump was like trying to like get down with that. And, you know, it was like a news story. Okay. Shot out of a cannon. Dude, tonight was like, dude, I feel like I've been through the ringer tonight. And I don't think it's bad. You know, somebody earlier said like, you have a racial blind spot. I'm like, dude, I'm sure I have many, but I think white progressives have a racial blind spot, a big one. And this goes all the way back to Bernie, guys. Okay. I'm telling you, I know I don't want to go off on a Bernie tangent, but there was a problem we had. The big problem we had in 2016 was that Bernie, his movement spoke to the white, rural, white working class people. They heard Bernie, even if they were independents or right leaning, they heard Bernie and were like, oh shit, I like this message. But a lot of black people did not trust Bernie, especially the older traditional Democrats, because there is some type of messaging in white progressivism that speaks to white people. But I think a lot of black people believe that the white progressivism is going to leave them behind. They just get this alarm bell feeling where they think, yeah, I'm not sure about that, because I think the white progressive movement is going to take care of the white people, but not us. Okay? And that's one of the things that the white progressives have not been able to solve is a lot of like black voters, especially older ones, they're suspicious of the movement because they think that, and they know, you know, I think it's fucking true that what they know, guys, they know that Medicare for all will potentially leave out the poor people of color and the transgender people, and it will really only serve the white people. Even if we get Medicare for all, it's not really going to be for all, okay? It's going to cut some people out, but it ain't going to cut out the white people. And that's the thing that, like, is hard because of how our system operates, you know? No, dude, Bernie is good. I'm not questioning Bernie. Bernie is good. Bernie is great. He is a real true believer, and he is a real true fighter. But the problem is the system. Okay? The system is when a white person, even if they're progressive, is hailing this, you know, the equity that's going to help everybody. There's the people of color don't necessarily trust this shit because they know that the system don't work like that. Okay? They know the system don't work like that. That the system does grind people out, and it's always going to grind out the fucking people of color, man. You know? And especially the women of color. you're a Bernie fan, but he and his people can be condescending. Yeah, I mean, I see it, right? I see it that like I've seen it. They like Bernie's had a problem. His messaging has had a problem in the communities of color, right? Like it just doesn't hold, right? So what is the centrist offer? So I mean, I don't know that the centrist offers anything, right? Necessarily, but like the you know what it is? No, I can tell you what the centrist offers, okay? Is the centrist provided the change that they have experienced, okay? So the centrist delivered a black president. The centrist delivered Obamacare, which did get medical care to a bunch of people. The centrists provided the Civil Rights Act in 1964. The centrists provided affirmative action and equity programs, right? The centrists provided all of that, which hasn't been a complete win, but it did give them something, okay? And the progressives are promising like a Valhalla and a utopia beyond that, but it delivers alarm bells to the people, to the black voters that have gotten something from the centrists. And now we're kind of in a quagmire where there's been enough lack of forward movement. Like I think we got complacent. You know what I'm saying? Right? And yeah, dude, my thing is like I'm not gonna dismiss Bernie at all, because Bernie did ignite. Like if there's no Bernie, there's no AOC. If there's no Bernie, there's no squad. If there's no Bernie, there's no Mamdani. And look what happened tonight, guys. Look at what happened tonight, dude. Right? Where is it? Let me see if I bookmarked it. I think I did. No, I know I liked it though. Maybe I didn't. Oh no, I know I have this. You ready? No, this is big, guys. Dude, I don't know why I'm not finding this. Maybe it's not Florida. I thought it was Florida, though. Oh, no, it's not Florida. It's New Jersey. It's 𝗦𝗂𝗽𝗍𝗪𝗏's seat. That's why I couldn't find it. But look at this, guys. Okay? They're replacing 𝗦𝗂𝗽𝗍𝗪𝗏's seat. And it looks like the progressive won, dude. Right? Look at this. Political earthquake, guys, in New Jersey. And this is what I'm talking about. Okay? Trump winning. Trump wins. The country's in a tailspin, but Mamdani wins. Okay? Bernie creates a movement. Some shit goes down. Trump wins. Mamdani wins. And now the AIPAC candidates lost in New Jersey. The progressive candidate, I believe, in New Jersey 11, I believe she won against AIPAC money for 𝗦𝗂𝗽𝗍𝗪𝗏's seat. Okay? And it is final, dude. Look at that. Anilia Mejia. I'm not sure. I'm probably butchering her name. I don't have time to find it. But backed by AOC Bernie Warren, she is the Democratic nominee in 𝗦𝗂𝗽𝗍𝗪𝗏's, dude. She beat the AIPAC fucking candidates. Okay? This is massive, guys, because remember, guys, how I have said, if you want to change the Democratic Party, you don't just stand there and run your mouth and trash it. You win. You have to win. You have to be a progressive that goes out there and beats the AIPAC candidate. And maybe 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 is going to do this in Illinois too. Okay? Maybe she does. There are other progressive candidates, but this right now, this is what Trump is giving us. Okay? This is what Trump is giving us. And yeah, this started with Bernie. Okay? If there's no Bernie, there's no this. You know what I'm saying? Right? It is like the shift is happening. Okay? You know what I'm saying? The shift is fucking happening, guys. And then you have other people like Gavin Newsom saying he won't take AIPAC money. And like, you know, if he runs for president, okay, let me just tell you, okay, if Gavin Newsom, whether he wins or loses, if that man who is like a traditional, whatever, Democratic looking pretty boy candidate, if that traditional corporate Dem runs for president while taking no AIPAC money, like AIPAC is going to be fucked, bro. That is going to like be a cannon shot that's going to travel around the world because that's the guy who could take AIPAC money and get away with it. And if he says no to it, right, it doesn't even matter about his other problems. It's just him saying no to it. A candidate who could take that money and get away with it. And if he says no to it, it is going to be a huge cannonball right in the fucking wall of their building. Those types of things. This is a huge cannonball. And that is how we do it. We do it by winning and forcing the change of our own fucking people. You know what I'm saying? It's like little by little, right? And dude, J.B. 𝗏𝗏 maybe in there, dude. I think J.B. 𝗏𝗏 is better than Gavin Newsom. Absolutely. I absolutely think J.B. 𝗏𝗏 is better. I don't know if he's going to run, but we'll see. I know, though, J.B. 𝗏𝗏 and Gavin Newsom head-to-head, Gavin Newsom still has an advantage because of the uneducated voters. They're going to look at Newsom and they're going to look at 𝗏𝗏 and they're going to simply think Gavin looks nicer. And so a bunch of uneducated shithead voters in the Midwest will choose Newsom just because he looks better. But we'll see. But 𝗏𝗏's a way better option. Dude, 𝗏𝗏's a better fighter. He's a better speaker. He's a better, everything about 𝗏𝗏 is better and less gruff. You know what I mean? I mean, Gavin Newsom he's a little gruff. He is. And he's a little, right? And 𝗏𝗏, though, is way more I don't know, dude. 𝗏𝗏's just much more effective of a fighter. He doesn't have the weaknesses, okay? You know what I mean? Like Gavin Newsom, for all his fighter and aggressiveness, he has a lot of fucking weaknesses, okay? And 𝗏𝗏 does not have those, okay? 𝗏𝗏's way better candidate all the way around. Now, though, 𝗏𝗏 is a billionaire, okay? So that in and of itself is a problem, because is a billionaire really going to get that power and then become anti-billionaire? I mean, it is setting us up for a fucking Fetterman of times 100, right? Right? You know what I'm saying? Black people are not centrist. I don't think anybody said black people are centrist, right? I don't think anybody said that, right? I don't know what you're talking about. If your comment is about why, when we were talking about why black people tend to trust some black voters trust the centrist wing of the Democratic Party more than they trust the progressive wing, that's a conversation we could have, but that doesn't make black people centrist. I think there's a part of the mainstream Democratic Party that speaks to a lot of older black voters. They feel safe with them. And some of the progressives, when they talk, they don't feel as safe with them. But that's not saying anything about where the black voters lie on the spectrum of voting. But anyway, I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but if it is, I'm setting you straight, right? About like what I was talking about. But anyway, dude, this right here is big, dude. This is huge, right? That is not true. Well, it is true, political junkie. And I mean, if you say it's not true, go look at the Southern vote counts in the Democratic primary in Alabama and in Mississippi and in Louisiana and in Georgia and in South Carolina and in the states in the South that have a high concentration of black voters in the Democratic primaries, and see that Bernie Sanders got his ass handed to him in those states in 2016 and in 2020. Okay, Bernie won the Oregons, Bernie won the Washingtons, he won the Colorados, he won the white states, but the black, high concentration of black voter states in the South all voted for the traditional Democrat candidate. It is absolutely true. And I have the proof. Go look at the numbers. Go Google those primary results. Okay? The proof is there. I mean, you know, that has to be it. That they believed in the Democratic Party over the progressive candidate. I mean, I don't know how you're arguing against that. If they believed Bernie over the traditional Dem, Bernie would have won like Louisiana and Mississippi and Alabama and Georgia, and he did not. He got destroyed down there by Hillary Clinton and by Joe Biden, okay? Because, right? Because I don't know why they don't trust him. I mean, a lot of progressives blame it on Jim Clyburn, okay? Because Jim Clyburn said Bernie's dangerous, you know what I mean? But like, you know, I stand by my facts, all right? And you can go look at that voter data. Okay? I mean, I'll show you one. You ready? Ready? Here we go. Dem primary, Alabama, 2016. Okay, you ready? Look at this. Here you go. Look at that. There it is. Okay, look at the popular vote in Alabama. Okay? This is 2016. Hillary got 78%. Bernie got 19%. Okay? That shows you that the black voters in Alabama did not resonate with Bernie Sanders. Okay? Now we go to a primary like Oregon. Okay? You ready? We're going to go to the Oregon primary where there's a small concentration of black voters and there are white Democrats. And look at the totals. Oh, Bernie wins in Oregon, where there's white voters and it's predominantly white voters. Bernie wins the state. Okay. And if we go to the Alabama one, we can go to Mississippi, right? In 2016, this is the primary. This is before the convention. Look at that. Mississippi was even crazier. 82% Hillary. Okay, 16% Bernie. Okay, let's go look at Louisiana. Okay, Louisiana, there you go. There it is, 71-23. Let's go look at South Carolina. Again, these are all before the convention. These are the voters themselves. Okay, South Carolina. Dude, 73% Hillary. Just devastating. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Because they trust the party. Okay? This is like, you know what I mean? And right? And Bernie, I don't know why. There's a lot of black voters that love Bernie. Okay? But the high concentration, especially older black voters that trust the Democratic Party, Bernie's message out there, they didn't quite trust it. They trusted the Democratic Party more than they trusted Bernie. And that was a huge problem. This is the thing that is really struggling, okay? Because you're right. Like, I think, look at Georgia too, 71-28. And you know, Bernie mentions the class struggle, but for black people, the class struggle is a race struggle. Like, right? You know what I mean? Like there is a class struggle of the rich and the poor, right? But the real class struggle is the rich and the poor whites and then the people of color. It's 3 classes, guys. It's not just 2 classes, the billionaire owners and the workers. No, it is the billionaires, the white poor, and then the people of color. There's 3 classes. There is like rich, white, and not white. And that's it. And it's like the marginalized, though. The people down there, it's also transgender people are down in that 3rd class. And we don't have honest discussions about that. That if you just, take care of like the working class, it's generally leaves out the people of color and the other marginalized. Almost always, dude. Say it again, Punky. I will, dude. It's true. And like Bernie never really acknowledged that. He just was acknowledging the class war, but he wasn't acknowledging that there's a 3rd part of that class war, and like, I think young people get it. Like young black voters really heard Bernie, and a lot of them were really believed in it. But man, every single state that had a high population of black voters, they have like tended to toe the party line as opposed to those progressive candidates. And now maybe this one, maybe that's starting to change now. Maybe there's going to be some change of that. But I feel like what's going on in Texas with 𝗤𝗏 and Jasmine Crockett is they're hitting some, they're bumping into some of that like the white messaging sometimes feels unsafe. The white candidates' messaging sometimes feels unsafe to some of the black voters. And I would love to like solve that gap, right? I would love to like figure out what that gap is. Like as a white person, like even with me, right? If I were a candidate and I started speaking about economic messaging, would black voters trust me? Or would they think I was like just another, Bernie leftist or a socialist, or like right? I don't know, man. I feel like, it's really, I don't know. It's concerning to me though. But this right here is fucking amazing. You know what I mean? This is amazing. This is a big win. This, I think, is a huge win, guys. You know what I'm saying? This is a huge win because this is a, like this New Jersey district is not a, like, New York City slam dunk. Exactly. Right? I don't know, dude. I think we should be excited about this. Right? I'm excited about this. How did he break through? What did Hillary say? How did who break through? Oh. The ice at the polls thing is logistically impossible, meant to stir shit up. Yeah, I mean, that's a whole separate discussion. How did Biden break through his inclusive message? See, that's just it, though, guys. I'm telling you, it's like for the mainstream Democratic Party, it's not about the message, right? So what I'm saying is any message coming from the candidate that is endorsed by the mainstream Democratic Party, any message, that message, no matter what it is, many voters of color, especially in the South, they believe it's going to include them when it is coming from the candidate endorsed by the mainstream party. And then when there is a progressive Democrat who is challenging that mainstream party, even though they have a better message, for whatever reason, a lot of people of color, especially if they're older and they have been Democrats their whole life, they don't believe that message is going to include them. And no matter what the message is, And I haven't figured that out. Now, with Bernie, I just chalked it up to the fact that Bernie is from Vermont, which is all white. Like, maybe what we need is we need a progressive person of color, right? Maybe we need a progressive candidate from the South to be the person where they're from that area, so they already speak the language, right? Like, Bernie is from Vermont, and Vermont is very liberal and progressive, but it is all white, guys. Vermont is white as shit. So everywhere Bernie went where it was white as shit, they were like, oh, we love what Bernie's saying. And everywhere they went that had a high concentration of black voters, a lot of them were like, we don't trust this guy, right? And so maybe we need a progressive from the South who speaks that language, man. And it doesn't matter, right? And you know what I'm saying? And Biden, though, Biden was the white conservative guy they attached to Obama to sell a black man to white America. Biden's a white conservative. Biden was a guy who made nice with the racists. Like, Biden's not the guy. Biden, I mean, I'm surprised a lot of black voters supported Biden the way they did, to be honest with you. I think that I was a little shocked. I actually thought Bernie might win in 2020 because I'm like, I'm not sure black voters are going to support Biden. But they went with the party, man. They like trust the party, okay? And that's the thing that is like wild. And I understand it though, because the Democratic Party has like made all the advancements of the last 60 years. Whether you think they're enough or not, like any advancement that has happened in the last 60, 70 years, right, that has helped people of color has been from the Democratic Party, you know, and like, you know, and you got to acknowledge that. You know what I'm saying? Shocked he was Obama's VP. I know, Laney, I know it sounds crazy, but he was Obama's VP, and maybe that was just the selling point. True, I didn't think about that. But like they forgot a lot of, I don't know, it seemed like they forgave a lot of shit. And maybe it was because of the Obama thing, of course, right? Crazy of me to say. But dude, Biden was like Biden was pretty racist, guys. You know, like, I don't know if you guys realize this. I know he tried to atone for this. Okay. Biden tried to atone for it with Ketanji Brown and being like supportive of trans people. But Biden was pretty fucking racist. And I think you saw that when it like what happened in Israel and Palestine. Okay. Biden was like a fucking racist dude, okay? In the 60s, Biden was not protesting to end segregation, okay? Biden never snaked Obama loyalty for loyalty. You know, I don't think Biden, though, was like a bad dude necessarily, and he tried to atone for it, but like, dude, he was pretty racist, guys. Like, let's be honest, you know what I mean? Would an endorsement from Obama to Bernie have made a difference? I don't know, man. If Bernie had endorsed Obama and not Biden, like, I don't know. I don't know if Obama could have done that. I think people would have questioned what the fuck is Obama doing? Why is he not endorsing his fucking VP, right? You know, like, I don't know, dude. Our politics is really hard, though. It is hard. You know why it's hard, guys? Because everybody's got their trigger issue. And this is the last thing I'm going to say, and then I'm going to go make videos. But I think, you ready for this, guys? I think a lot of this reminds me of what happened with Brianna Wu, okay? And why am I bringing up Brianna Wu all of a sudden? Because Brianna Wu was somebody that a lot of people looked at as like, she's fairly progressive. She's a trans woman. She's defending trans rights. She's also like not abandoning the Democratic Party, right? She was like somebody that I looked at as kind of a thought leader. And then October 7th happened. And what you discovered is underneath Brianna Wu's progressivism and everything, there was a trigger issue for her that was around Israel that didn't show itself until the Israel-Palestine shit came out. And then all of a sudden, Brianna Wu just became a totally different person because that one issue got so triggered and inflamed. All of a sudden, I'm like, dude, what the fuck is she saying? And where you wonder, right? And I mean, I feel like I'm having the same thing with Keith Edwards right now, where his support of James Tallarico and his treatment of Jasmine Crockett is me going, dude, what the fuck is going on with Keith Edwards? Is he not who I thought he was? Because sometimes people, we have like some trigger issue that like overrides all of our other politics. And we just start behaving fucking weird when some trigger issue is coming out, right? And I don't know what it is with like Keith Edwards, right? He is an old party operative, but I think Keith Edwards is having something where he doesn't believe a black woman can win Texas, and he believes only a white man can or something. I don't know. There's some issue that is like triggered up in him or something where, or something about Kamala Harris, or I don't know what it is, but he's behaving weird. You know what I'm saying? Like the Tallarico, they're like, because Kamala Harris lost to Trump, they are like triggered about black women in politics now. And so they think that a black woman who is really feisty and anti-Trump is not going to win some of that center coalition or whatever. But here's the problem though, guys, is you say he just wants to win, but here's the deal though. If he really just wants to win, he needs to realize that if Tallarico wins that primary, Tallarico can't win that primary without all of Jasmine Crockett's voters. And like you saw other people say, hey man, if we get a high black turnout in Texas, Jasmine can absolutely win. I mean, dude, Obama won Florida. Why? Because of high black turnout. Okay? Obama won Ohio. Not because a bunch of white people decided to vote for a black guy. He won Ohio because of high black turnout. Okay, if Jasmine Crockett wins that primary and you get 80% of the black people in Texas voting, Jasmine Crockett wins that fucking state. Okay? And the reason why a lot of times the Dem candidates or the candidates of color don't win is because a huge part of the color vote doesn't turn out. And so my point is like, even if Tallarico wins, okay, if Tallarico were to win, if they piss off all the Jasmine Crockett voters in the process of him winning, and those voters don't turn out, he ain't winning the fucking state, okay? He cannot win the state without Jasmine Crockett's coalition, period, okay? That's facts. So you don't want to like alienate the whole goddamn Jasmine Crockett coalition, which also is the fucking base of the Democratic Party, just to get Tallarico winning that fucking seat. And that's my point, is like, we're on the same goddamn team, you know? And so like, we have to be cognizant of that. Okay? Right? You know? And so like, right? And like, I think, dude, I think Tallarico can win. And I also, though, I think Jasmine Crockett can win. I think they're different paths. Okay? I think if Tallarico wins the primary, the path to him winning is him speaking to those independent white voters and those middle of the road people and those Christians, and him winning them over and against Trump and about the economy. I think if Jasmine Crockett wins the primary, then it becomes about the turnout of the voters of color, okay? And then it comes about like the white candidates like Tallarico energizing the same people, but doing it for Jasmine and really selling it. And it becomes a big tent coalition of them becoming like they moderate some of Jasmine's more extreme messaging that they feel is extreme. And they go out there and moderate that to those white middle of the road voters. And then you have a high turnout of black voters. And then Jasmine wins that fucking state, bro. Easily. Right? So they can both win it. But this idea that Jasmine can't win it and only the white guy Tallarico can win it, that that mentality is going to make the black voters not want to show up at all. I mean, if I was a black voter in Texas, I don't know if I would want to show up for the white candidate if the whole time he made it seem like our perfectly great candidate that has been a huge fucking fighter this whole time, right? Like Jasmine Crockett's been fighting for a long time. 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗀 literally just showed up like a year ago, okay? And, you know, and he's a state fucking whatever, state representative. You know what I mean? And so I like, you know, you need those voters of color. You know what I'm saying? And so we'll see. I don't really care who wins. I think they both can win. What I care more about is I care about the Bernie-Hillary situation. It's like, can one of them win without alienating some of the other's group? Okay? Because we need all hands. And when you have Crockett and Colin Allred and 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗀 fighting, and you have guys like Keith Edwards and other people stirring the pot with other black influencers, you are creating a thing where some feelings are going to get hurt and somebody's going to win and the other group is going to decide they don't want to be involved. And then we're going to lose the state because of our own fucking behavior. Okay? Because we do have the opportunity to win it. You know what I'm saying? But what we need to do is we need to include our whole coalition. That's my thing, guys. I'm like, right? You know, we got to make sure. Is Keith really going for it? I don't know, man. I just saw a thing like today where Keith was calling a black influencer bigoted. Okay. And that really hit me, dude. It was the Keith Edwards and Candidly Tiff. Okay. And so it was this, right? All right. So there's shit going on where people are fighting. Roland Martin gave a sit your ass down award to people who are saying Jasmine Crockett can't win. And then Keith Edwards, I keep calling him Keith Richards, but Keith Edwards comes in and look at this. He says, my videos on this race have more views than your media company. Maybe find some humility. But like, dude, what the fuck is that? That Keith Edwards is saying because I have like more YouTube views, like I'm the voice, you need to listen to me in Texas. And like, dude, that's some bullshit right there. That is some weird posturing. Like, what the fuck is he doing? He sounds like Ninja, the gamer, saying, I'll buy your house. I'll buy the bank that mortgages your house because I'm so much richer than you. And like, dude, what the fuck is that? Right? Because some black people are saying, yo, Jasmine Crockett can win this shit. But then, guys, it got crazier, okay? Because Candidly Tiff, like, made a statement saying there's no white Democrat that can get her vagina humming, okay? She was just talking about her personal, like, she doesn't get turned on by any white Democrats, okay? It's a vibes thing for her. And she brought sex into it because she's snazzy and you know, she's like, she gets lippy, all right? And then look at what he said here, okay? Here's her comment, all right?
There is literally no political man, white man, that could make this pussy get wet in no kind of motherfucking way, okay? They all are ugly and they all make me sick, so.
All right, so there she goes. She's like, nobody's getting me turned on. No white Democrat man is getting me turned on, okay? And she is talking and she is spitting for people that understand what she's talking about, that like she just has some trust issues with white Democratic candidates. And like, dude, is that allowable? Yeah, we should allow that. But look at what he says. He says, she's saying every Democrat who's a white man makes her sick and can't get her pussy wet. No one should listen to anyone with disgusting, bigoted opinions like these, okay? And then he goes on to say, right, like he went on to say, she's like just saying, dude, as a married woman, right, like I'm talking about who I would get with, right? And I'm like, dude, Keith, you're on some borderline shit. Because Keith said, what if I said this about any other race? And I'm like, dude, Matt Walsh says that shit. Matt Walsh will hear black people talk and say, what if I said that about another race? And I'm like getting in here And I'm like, dude, I don't know what your specific beef is about Jasmine, but you're uttering things online that sound real similar to MAGA shit. And it seems like you're not aware you're doing with this. What is the oppressed white guy stuff? And I'm like, dude, that's crazy. Okay. Because I do like Keith Edwards is a good YouTuber, but like he's also saying some shit where I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you saying, homie? Like, why are you, right? Like, you know, this woman's talking about how no white Democrats get her horny, and she's talking about it to people that have trust issues with white politicians. And like, why wouldn't they? You know, like, I mean, we got a history of Fettermans and Cinemas and Bidens and fucking, you know, like Hillary's and like, you know, everybody, dude. Right? But, you know, and like, dude, I don't know, dude. That shit, I was like, bro, like, what are you doing? And you know why I say this, guys? Because let me tell you, okay, I had a moment before my son and his girlfriend left to move to New York City. Okay, before my son and his girlfriend left to New York City, I had a moment where we were talking about LGBTQ rights, and they both said to me, wow, something you just said is something that people sometimes say when they're not defending LGBTQ people. And I was like, whoa, that's really interesting. And I was like, whoa, I actually see how you made that connection. Like, you know, they talk about horseshoe theory, right? That sometimes in the course of us battling the other side, battling any opponent, right? Even if we're both on the same side, during a primary, your same side person is on your opposite side. So in your effort to beat them, sometimes you end up using like attack lines that are coming from the other angle, right? It is like, you know, I don't know, dude. It's, and a lot of this is attached to Kamala Harris fear, okay? Everybody thought Kamala Harris, they thought they were going to win. They were all in. She had $1 billion. She had the momentum. She had the vibes, right? Everybody was so energized by Biden dropping out. And then it fell short, okay? I think some mistakes were made. I think Tim Walz was a bad pick. I know progressives hailed him, but he was weak on the national stage, and they exploited him, and they fucking picked him apart. He made J.D. Vance look good by comparison in the fucking to uneducated voters because of his weakness. You're seeing his weakness now play out in Minnesota. And so there were some mistakes that were made. Obviously, Kamala Harris wasn't going to throw out, you know, Joe Biden. She remained loyal to Joe, which is a testament to her loyalty. And you know, Joe Biden stayed in too long. Joe, I think, is the ultimate blame. He should have never run. Okay, he fucked us all by running, but whatever. But a lot of people thought they were winning with Kamala, and now everybody's like gun shy. Okay, everybody's like scared. Ooh, we had $1 billion and we fucked it all up, and now we have Trump, and now we're losing everything, and now democracy is right. And so now, anytime a fucking powerful black woman shows up, a bunch of like people are like, oh, I don't know. Dude, you know what I mean? And I mean, dude, I've dealt with this. Somebody says AOC for president, and I'm like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if a woman can win. Because of Hillary and Kamala, I'm like gun shy. Can a woman win in the US, right? It's like we all have our own, like, whatever, you know? You know what I'm saying? And so, but like, dude, this shit, I don't think is helpful. Okay? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, dude, this shit is like wildly unhelpful. All right. Like whatever Keith is doing there, you know, because at the end of the day, if Keith Edwards, if he gets his way and 𝗪𝗪icko wins the primary, if Keith Edwards has helped piss off a whole bunch of Jasmine Crockett voters, 𝗪𝗪icko ain't winning shit. Okay. There's some kind of an assumption, I think, with that camp, with Keith Edwards, that they think if 𝗪𝗪icko wins, all the people of color are just going to magically vote for him. And I don't think we should be taking people of color like for granted like that. I think if there's something we learned in Trump 2024 is that you got to stop taking people of color for fucking granted and assuming they're just going to vote for you always, you know? You know what I mean? Right? I don't know. That's my 2 cents. All right, I'm going to go make some videos. Maybe I'll make a video about that. Keith Edwards, what the fuck you doing, bro? Right? Dude. All right, I'm going to go, though. You ready for a dance party? You ready to work this shit out? I feel like today has been a lot, bro. Today was like, I wasn't sure we'd have anything to talk about. And like, dude, we haven't shut up for hours, bro. We have been fucking on it. All right, I think a dance is what we need, dude. We need to work it out on the dance floor, boss. Right? Jenny, you're still awake. I hope we can have a little rub trade before you go to bed while you're up. I think we could do a little bit. Please tell me you're not too sleepy for a little bit of a quick a little bit of TV and a short little rub. That would be nice. Are you guys ready? Oh. Dude, it's not TMI, it's massage, right? Massage. There's nothing sexual about that. It's just massage. Touch. That is our secret. Keith Edwards is a habitual line stepper. He said, black people have held back the liberal movement in this country for decades. AT24 real has receipts. Dude, yeah, put that shit, Freddie. Thank you, boss. Dude, put that shit in the fucking, in the Discord. Let's see what's going on, right? And I mean, dude, need to rub. No, but we have massages, right? We have massages. We do massage trades. Is he losing subs as we speak? No. I mean, my personal thing with him is I've always found him to be a little overly clickbaity and the use of the AI thumbnails. Right? But then all of a sudden he's got all this YouTube success, but then seeing him like throw his YouTube success around and telling like people of color, like, don't talk to me because I have more views than you. I'm like, dude, that is just weird, guys. Okay. I think saying like, I got more views than you, so therefore I'm more right. That I don't buy that. Okay. Joe Rogan has more views than all of us. And Joe Rogan is a fucking piece of shit with like no solid views. It's like sometimes the successful people are people that just fucking wax every bottom. You know what I mean? It's like you polish every knob and you end up having a lot of knobs standing in line waiting for you, you know? And like, it does not mean, views does not mean you are like correct in your fucking opinion and shit, you know? He was replying to some shitty crap she said to him. All right. Well, I mean, if you want to show me some replies, put it in Discord. Let's discuss, all right? And, dude, I'm not trying to get a wet wiener, dude. Shut up. All right, dude. All right. I'm tapping out of chat now. Thank you. Thank you. When my wiener comes up in chat, that's a sign that it's time to move on from chat. All right, guys, please, dude, the new video or whatever, the MAGA dad video, no one's watching that shit. So none of the subs are watching it. Go share that shit. Go click on that. Or, I don't know. Or not. All right, you ready? Dude, let's go. Dude, I'm going to go get my weenie rubbed by Robert Kraft. Dude, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go call up Robert Kraft, and I'm going to say, hey, bro, you want to come down and rub the ween or what? Robbie? I'm going to be like, come here, Crafty. Oh, let's go. Oh. You ready? All right, here we go. Let's work it out. Oh, oh, oh. Tomorrow, take care of your head. What a crazy fucking ride tonight. Thank you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I love you. Good night.
Hey, I just want to change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. I will never be alone again. I'm a just want to change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better